Welcome, welcome, welcome. It is Tuesday night. That means it is time for the JARcast. Hello, everybody. How are you doing this fine Tuesday evening? It is March 2nd, 2021, and I am coming at you with another episode 7 of the JARcast movie podcast. Tonight, we're going to be talking about some Halo. Some Wesley Snipes is in the movie news again. A movie from a long time ago that's thought to be lost, we finally found. And another movie that's getting rebooted. Seems like a reoccurring theme every week. Something's always being rebooted. But this one, a lot of people aren't too thrilled about. And much more. Plus, we got a couple of trailers to look at. And we will get all to that here in just a moment. So, let's see. I see there's a few of us here. How are you guys doing tonight? It looks like everything seems to be running smooth, but I see this big error message on YouTube. So I don't know if, as far as I can tell, it's all running fine. So if you guys see any issues or anything like that, just let me know. I don't know what's going on there or what that's all about. I'll give it just a couple of minutes before we kick things off officially. And I see Antonio is back. What's up, Antonio? Greg's here as well. What's up, my man Greg? I don't believe for you two, I don't know who else is in here. Somebody else is, but I know that I don't know exactly why. I'm not going to put anybody's business out there, but I know Short and Sweet won't be here. And like Greg said, he doesn't think Short and Sweet's going to be making it. I saw that today. She might be not making it for a couple of shows, she said. She will be back, though. My understanding is that she will be back. It's nothing anybody did or anything. She's just got some stuff going on. So if we don't see her, she is not missing in action. We know that she will be back. But Antonio's here. We were worried, my man. I spoke with Antonio outside of the show the other day because I reached out to him because I was kind of like, hey, man, you've been there for months, and now you're all of a sudden gone. Everything okay? But he's just, like Short and Sweet did, he had some stuff going on. So we can appreciate that. We get worried when one of our own doesn't show up. So, yeah, happy to have you back, man. Very, very happy to see that everything's okay and you're back with us. This time, I didn't do shit. That's what Antonio said. Yes, sir, you are correct. We got a couple of more scragglers coming in. Hello, everyone who's joining us right now. We will get started with this show officially here in just a minute, just seeing what's going on in the chat with everybody before we jump into this week's movie news. Getting everything ready to go. So, how's everybody's Wednesday? Did I say Wednesday again? How's everybody's Tuesday doing? I keep saying Wednesday. I'm so used to streaming on Tuesday. On Wednesday. I've only done this Tuesday night stream thing for what now? 7 weeks? Well, I guess I probably should have. I should probably be up on that by now. But yeah, I've only been doing it for about 7 weeks now. 7 times, I suppose. That sounds a little bit less. So, Greg said the final of WandaVision is coming Friday. I haven't even seen the first WandaVision. I know more or less everything that's happened with it, though, because I've pretty much had everything spoiled for me. It seems interesting. I don't know. I've heard both ways. I've heard some people saying they really like it, and then I've heard some other people saying it's just not all that great. I haven't heard anybody say it's awful. I'll give it that. But I've heard some people just say it's fine. It's okay. Greg said he's not going to miss it. Oh, no. Hopefully not the... Oh. Antonio said I was sick for weeks. My voice wasn't right. I missed a ton of time between upload. Yeah, man, I remember, actually it was a couple of weeks ago, you saying that you were going to be uploading, or you're going to be, I think you said you were going to be working on something, but you weren't working on it that night because your throat hurt or something. So I guess maybe that was the beginning of it. Hopefully it wasn't the coronavirus. I mean, if it was, it's gone now, so happy to see you're good. Hopefully it was. That means you're more or less, somewhat immune for the next, like they say, about 3 months. You're good. I mean, nothing's 100%, but your immune system's pretty built up to it for about 3 months at least, so that's a positive. I guess. Silver linings. I always try and find those silver linings in things. Yes, Greg, sometimes life does definitely get in the way. Life almost got in the way of this week's stream. I've been doing a mad dash to get this one ready and tomorrow's. I was so far ahead and I was feeling great about everything. And this weekend, some things, nothing bad, but just some stuff came up and I fell like far behind. I've like developed a repetition now, like a regime on how to like get this stuff all ready on the weekend so I don't have to worry about it as much during the week. And yeah, fell way behind. But I am trying it a little, from my end, a little bit of a different way tonight. So hopefully it'll go a little bit smoother. It won't be so many breaks and wonderings and issues. So that's good, I guess. My video game movie review this week will be up tomorrow, though, for sure, instead of Thursday. I know it's been kind of hit or miss when that would release. And this is the final video game movie review in my series. It's not the last one in the actual chronological series because I did some as they came out that were newer, but it's the last video game movie I have to review. Kind of sad. I know what I'm going to do on Wednesdays now. I already know what series I'm going to do, but every Wednesday I won't be looking at and talking about a new video game movie. I've been doing that for 2 years now. Not every Wednesday, but for almost all this year, I did it every week. Oh, I guess not almost every week, because it's almost 60 movies. It took me 2 years to do 60 movies. It shouldn't have. The first year in like, not quite a half, maybe like the first year and 3 months, I really drug ass on it. I'd do like one a month. Antonio said he believes he had the Rona in January 2020. Oh, damn. I think it was bronchitis, which I get every winter. Yeah, they used to hit me too, especially when I moved here to Tennessee, where we don't get very long winters or like cold spells, if you will, as they call them here. But they come in hard and they hit hard, and then they just kind of go away. And that used to fuck with me real bad. I've gotten used to it now. I've been here since 2007, 6, 7, somewhere in there. Oh, Greg is in the healthcare biz as well. I did not know that, Greg. You guys are brothers in arms. Oh, you're in IT. Word? Thanks, Antonia. I appreciate that. I try. I set schedules. I set like goals for myself. Things like when I'm going to release and all that. And I get really tore up about it if I miss. Like if a Monday, Wednesday, Friday, or Sunday come around and I don't release something on one of those days, I release something almost every day now because I kind of take this and cut it up, but if I don't release a piece of new content on those days, I may not act like I may not say it, but believe me, I'm like stressing the fuck out about it. I'm like beating myself up a bit. And sometimes I might do a Saturday to take place of either the Friday or Sunday, and I rationalize that, but anyway. Oh, hey, Jacob, we got another Door movie. Exodus is so 2021 is the year of the Door movies, I guess. No, what we need now is a new movie about the Doors. Last one we got of that, I think, was Oliver Stone's in 90? Maybe 91? But yeah, I guess this is the year of the Door. So if I didn't get it this year... My brother actually has access to a website of movies as well. He's trying to be a distributor of movies. Well, that's cool, Greg. If he gets where he's distributing new movies, send him my way or send him my credentials. I would be happy to have another partner that sends me screeners. You can go to the news, bro, whenever you're ready. Whenever you're ready, don't let us get you off your square. Oh, no. That's where I saw Uncle Peckerhead. On your brother's website? Well, that's cool. I think Uncle Peckerhead... Yeah, somebody sent me Uncle Peckerhead. I got that... Right? I'm pretty sure that was a screener I got. Yeah, I didn't watch that on... I watched that on my laptop, so that means it was a screener somebody sent me. I watched on a screener link. All right, well, let's see. before I run anybody else off with me just chatting away here, let's get this show started. I got some cool stuff to talk about this week. Last week was kind of light. Really wasn't thrilled about all those stories. These I'm a little bit. There's a couple of them at least I'm really excited about. And but yeah, we're gonna go through these. I'm gonna try and be a little bit more efficient, trying to make this whole thing a bit more efficient and fluid, and so I don't have to do as much editing afterwards to put the actual final show out. That'd be nice. Okie dokie. We got everything cool here? I think so. We are ready. There we go. All right. Okay. So to start off this week, I wanted to talk about a story that I'm pretty excited about. It kind of came out of nowhere. This project has been being worked on for some time, and we are finally getting at least closer to it. It's still a ways off, I think, but there's more information about it. We're getting closer to this story, and that would be something that is near and dear to me that I really have always been a fan of, and that would be Halo, which is getting a TV show. They've been trying to make a Halo movie, TV show, something for years, and they finally, kind of told us we were going to get that back in, I think that was 2014. That Steven Spielberg showed up on stage at E3 or something and said, hey, we're doing this Halo, not a movie because the movie got shot down a few times, but we're doing a Halo show, like a really super expensive one with Showtime. And here it is, 2021. And about a year ago, we got a little bit more information about it, but nothing ever really materialized, or nothing that we ever saw at least. So it kind of fell out of the zeitgeist, and now with Paramount Pictures' new streaming service called Paramount Plus, which is actually just repurposing CBS All Access, if anybody really knows what that is. It's really just CBS All Access that they're going to add more stuff to and rebrand and all that. That's Paramount's new Disney Plus, Netflix kind of streaming service they've got coming out here real soon. Technically, since CBS All Access is out, it's already out, but you know what I mean. And apparently Halo will be hitting that. According to the news, streaming service Paramount Plus just landed itself a high-profile title. The Halo TV series, based on the popular video game franchise, was originally destined for Showtime, but will now drop on Paramount Plus instead. You'll be able to find it there in the first quarter of 2022. I'll take it. You know what? They're not setting an exact date, but they're giving us at least a pretty narrow time frame. I'm cool with that. Before, it was just, you'll get this thing when we make it, when it's done. So that I'm pretty excited about that. This series has such deep lore. I mean, for a video game series that's only been around since 2001, which that's 20 years this year. So it's been a while, but for a series that's compared to some only 20 years old, it has such deep lore, and there's some really interesting stories that could be told within the Halo universe. And I think a lot of people have heard of Halo, are aware of it, but maybe not as aware of how deep that lore runs. But the series is described as an epic 26th century conflict between humanity and an alien threat known as the Covenant. Halo will weave deeply drawn personal stories with action, adventure, and richly imagined vision of the future. I mean, yeah, that sounds like the game. I will say that maybe the game series itself, some of the later ones do, but they don't have necessarily deeply drawn personal stories. They do have plenty of action, adventure, and richly imagined vision of the future, but deeply drawn personal stories, especially the earlier ones, not so much. They've started getting a bit deeper in the later games, but a lot of the extended universe stuff, like the books, there are some web shows, or I guess they compiled one into a movie that I actually reviewed. Well, I reviewed both of them. Just all the other side stuff, all the extended universe stuff in this universe is really deep. I mean, there's stuff. I'm a big fan of Halo, and I don't even know all the stuff that's going on here. There's such a long, deep, Star Wars level deep lore in this series. People are really legit. They're really all about Halo. It has kind of the whole series has kind of fallen out recently. They had some issues with the latest game that's coming out. It got delayed, which is a good thing in my opinion. Look at Cyberpunk 2077. Rather release a good game late than a bad game early. But yeah. But all that aside, this show that's supposed to be like high dollar, Steven Spielberg's behind it, is coming the beginning of next year. It says the cast includes Pablo Schreiber. That name seems familiar. I'm not familiar who he is, though. But Pablo Schreiber as Master Chief and Natasha McElhone as two characters, Dr. Kathleen Halsey, or the creator of the Spartan Soldiers, and Cortana, the most advanced AI in human history, who is potentially the key to the survival of the human race. Even if you're not familiar with the Halo-verse, Halo universe, whatever, the name Cortana should probably ring a few bells, because if you have Windows, it's probably down there in the bottom left of your your desktop, because that is their search engine. Well, their search engine is Bing, but Cortana is like their assistant, their AI assistant. It was on their phones, and you could still use it on the phone, but it's built into Windows PCs and all that. So yeah, I'm happy. I'm not familiar with these two. Maybe if I saw their pictures, I just got names here. It'd be cool. The only thing I'm kind of worried about is they never really clarified what this Halo TV show was going to be about. And they still haven't really, but we didn't know, are they going to be telling the Master Chief story? The Master Chief, by the way, is the main character of the series. Are they going to tell the Master Chief? Is he going to be a part of this? Is he going to be like a main character or like a side character? And I don't know how I feel about that. Apparently, he's going to be at least a big character, because they named him, being played by this gentleman named Pablo Schreiber. I don't know how I feel about that, because Master Chief, for the most part, is one of the most underdeveloped, in some ways, characters in the series. And you're like, well, your main character is underdeveloped? That's because in the game series, you are the Master Chief. They kind of purposely, he has this aura about him, and he's kind of legendary and all that, but he's one of those characters you don't, and the books have expanded on his backstory, but you don't want to know too much about him. That's part of the mystique. That's part of one of the neat, cool things about him, is you don't know too much, and it just makes him that pretty mysterious, and that makes him more interesting. I just don't want them to explain too much about him. If they go into a little bit of the backstory, I'm cool with that. I would actually prefer this show be more about other characters, and maybe he comes in every now and then. He can be a character in it, and maybe they'll make it with him as the main character, and it'll be great. But a long-form show with just him at the center at all times, I don't know. He's a man of few words. He doesn't talk a lot. He doesn't show emotion. He's not a robot, but he's like, these soldiers are conditioned to be pretty like emotionless and just killing machines, and that's what he is. So how interesting is that character for the most part? I don't know. We'll find out. Steven Spielberg has his hand in it, and I trust him. We got some other talent on board. It says that the cast is also going to include Bokeem Woodbine, which I'm familiar with him, Shabana Azmi, I'm not familiar with that, Bentley Kalu, Natasha Kolsak, Kate Kennedy, Danny Sapani, Olive Gray, and Charlie Murphy. That one caught me off guard. Is that the same? I thought, didn't Charlie Murphy pass away? Am I wrong? I'm pretty sure Charlie Murphy passed away. He passed away. Maybe this is another Charlie Murphy. I don't know. But I'm pretty sure if it's the Charlie Murphy that we all know of when we think Charlie Murphy, I'm Charlie Murphy. That one, he's not with us anymore. So anyway, that has to be somebody else. But yeah, overall, this show, I'm looking forward to it. It doesn't give us a lot of details, which I'm okay with. I mean, if they're going to stick to, as long as they're faithful to, I don't need it to be a carbon copy of the game series or even the lore itself. I just need them to take the lore into consideration, keep it within that universe, stay true to the spirit of this series, and I think they'll be okay if they do that, because there's a lot of great stories to be told there. There's lots of books and everything, and I have not read all of them, but I've heard that they're all really good. So there's lots of good stories to be had within this very deep, deep universe, and hopefully they tell some of those stories the right way and bring the Master Chief to an all-new audience. But we'll see right around the beginning of next year, which kind of works out because the new game is supposed to come out at the very end of next year, supposedly now. So it'll kind of, maybe we'll have like a Halo-filled year. We'll find out. So I'm looking forward to it. Hope you guys are. If you are looking forward to some Halo goodness, then next year or into this year, beginning of next year, seems like it's going to be the time for Halo fans. Okay. Next up is another TV show, another very popular property that's getting the TV show treatment. This is coming, but after reading the story and all the different stories, it makes sense. It's not necessarily my cup of tea. I might check it out, but it's not my thing. But I think this may be the best for it. And it kind of caught me off guard a bit, but what I'm talking about here is Terminator. Everybody knows Terminator, right? Well, the Terminator's getting a TV show. Won't be the first time. Terminator's had a TV show. They had the Sarah Connor Chronicles. I think there was another one. There was at least that one. And tons of movies. The movies have definitely, in most people's opinions, gone downhill since part 2. The last one didn't do nearly as well as they were hoping, critically or commercially. Critics were really divided on it. Some people thought it was the best one since 2. Some people thought it was just trash. Me, myself, I thought it was fine. It didn't, light the world on fire. I was okay with it. I thought it was better. Of all these sequels after 2, I thought it was one of the better ones. It had its issues. There were some things in it I didn't really care for, but overall, it was entertaining enough. I didn't hate it. I didn't love it either. But they're doing a TV show now, but not just a TV show. They're doing an animated TV show. And let's look through this, and I'll explain why I now think, at first I didn't, but now I think that might be a good idea. It says, Skydance, which is the company that owns Terminator, are teaming with Netflix for a brand new anime series based on the Terminator IP that will be handled by Japanese animation studio Production IG, known for the Ghost in the Shell series and animated films. I'm not a huge Ghost in the Shell fan. I've seen it. I can't say that I'm just hardcore about it. I remember it being pretty interesting and enjoying it. I'm not the hugest anime fan. There's a few of them I like and I've seen, but I don't watch a ton of anime. But Ghost in the Shell is highly regarded, so that's a good sign to me. There's a company that knows what they're doing in this space that's taking this over. That's a plus. It says the icing on the post-apocalyptic cake is that Mattson Tomlin will be the writer, showrunner, and executive producer on the streamer's anime series. Tomlin is on a tear lately, scoring coveted jobs left and right. He is co-writing. This is written really weird. I promise I can read. This is just written. The way that it's written out is kind of weird. But anyway, he is co-writing the upcoming DC Comics film The Batman with director Matt Reeves and is known for writing Netflix's Project Power. He is also developing a feature film based on the beloved Capcom video game franchise Mega Man. Okay, so The Batman looks really interesting. So that under his writing credentials seems good. Project Power wasn't the greatest movie, but it wasn't terrible. It was entertaining. I enjoyed it, and I thought it was a neat idea. And apparently that idea came from him, so that's good. I didn't know they were making a Mega Man movie. Doesn't surprise me, but he's apparently working on that. I don't know how throwing that in there really gives him any more, clout, because it's not even out yet. And video game movies typically don't, somebody says, "Oh, I wrote a video game movie." People are like, "Oh, did you now?" So I don't know. This guy might be right for it. We'll find out. It is, as I said, under the Ghost in the Shell creators studio, so maybe they'll be able to kind of reel it all in. It says this won't be the first time the Terminator has graced the small screen. As I said, as Fox once aired the short-lived Terminator: The Sarah Connor Chronicles. That's probably why they canceled it. That's just hard to say. Which starred Game of Thrones and Dread actress Lena Headey. I didn't know she was... Yeah, she is in that. I like Lena Headey. I might need to check that out. I've never seen that show. I'm a big Terminator fan, but I've never seen that show. Wonder if it's any good. It didn't last long, but that doesn't mean anything. Lots of shows are cut off early. But anyway, this one... So when I first read this, I was like, Terminator really is an anime? I mean, I guess it could work, but Terminator's always just kind of been like a big movie thing. I don't know. How do I feel about this? Is it going to be like Arnold Schwarzenegger Terminator, or is it going to be just the Terminator universe? We don't really have all that information. I imagine it's just going to be in that universe and not just straight up Arnold Schwarzenegger all the time. Whether he shows up or not, who knows? But so yeah, at first I was kind of torn on it, but then I started to thinking about it. These movies have just not... The Terminator franchise, the Terminator name as a whole has just really it doesn't hold the same kind of like prestige that it once did. Since Cameron gave it up and stopped directing them after 2, it just, it's not, they're not the same. People don't really care anymore. it's they don't really care about the Terminator because they've been fairly lackluster, honestly. At best, none of them have been great. None of them have even lived up to somewhat what part 2 was, or even part 1. So they just, at best, they've been mildly entertaining. So it's really been going downhill. And after that last one, and how it just was a financial, it doesn't matter about commercially, or it doesn't matter about critics. Financially, the movie just didn't make money. It lost money. It didn't make money. So yeah, that thing was, after that happened, I said, well, that's it for Terminator. At best, we'll get is a Terminator reboot, and it'll probably be a while. They're going to give Terminator some time. But that's why I think this might be a good idea. This will be an opportunity for Terminator to live on, tell stories in that universe, build that universe, and maybe build up some good grace. Maybe develop some really good, interesting stories and characters beyond just the John Connor, Sarah Connor, Arnold Schwarzenegger, T-800, these characters that we've had pretty much the same characters, different actors, but same characters since 1984 when the original came out. We've added a couple, John, but that's always been the trifecta. The T-800, Sarah Connor, John Connor in some capacity. So it's their story. It's the Connor story. So I think it's time, have this show branch away from the Connors and just like tell some other stories within this universe. There's got to be tons of people out there, but stay true to the feel and the what the original 2 films were, and I think they'll be okay. Maybe for all we know, this will come out. It'll do gangbusters. It'll be great. It'll build up some of that goodwill. It'll tell some really interesting, great stories, and it'll rekindle that interest in Terminator. And one day we might get another movie that kind of falls in line with this animated series. Or it might come out and be total trash and just put the final nail in that coffin. I don't know. It does say in here that Cameron is somewhat involved. His company, Skydance, is part of it. So, he's going to be somewhat involved. I doubt the guy's going to be heavily involved in this movie. They might ask him some questions. He might sign off on some stuff. He's busy with Avatar and trying to get another Alita movie made and all that. So he's got a lot on his plate. I doubt he's going to be worrying about Terminator. I think he gave up on Terminator a long time ago. He just said, I'm done with Terminator. It was actually taken out of his hands a long time ago. He does, his company does have the rights to it again, but I don't think the guy really wants to do anything with the property anymore. If he did, here's the thing. People are like, well, James Cameron needs to come back. If Cameron had an idea, if he wanted to do something with Terminator, he would have done it after Terminator 2. But there's not, and he is the type of director who says, I don't want to make a movie just for money or because people are hollering for it. I want to make a movie because I have a great idea for it. If so, we would have already gotten True Lies 2. Or, The Abyss 2. I don't know about The Abyss 2. I don't know who's yelling for that. But you know what I mean. He doesn't make a sequel unless he feels there is a story to be told. And he apparently didn't think there was a story to be told after Terminator 2. But they're going to tell some more stories within this universe in an animated way. We'll see how it goes. I do see this could be promising. Once again, I'm not a huge anime fan. Might check some of them out when it comes out. But I hope it does rekindle interest in Terminator and kind of just dig more into that world. So maybe we can get another Terminator universe movie that stays to the tone of the originals, stays to the spirit of the originals, but maybe tell some other stories. I'd be okay with that as long as they're good, interesting stories with compelling characters. So, take a break for just a second and see what you guys are talking about here in the chat before I move on to the next story. The next story I'm really excited about. Let's see here. I'm down a screen, so I'm having to do double duty with this screen. I've spoiled myself over the past few weeks. Alrighty, let's see here. Let's see. Yes, screeners. Oh, Greg. It's a cool concept, but a lot of the movies don't look that great. What's a cool concept? Oh, the movie? I mean, the movie. Halo or Terminator? Probably Halo. This is an earlier comment. I might have to take another look at it one day. What are we talking about? Uncle Peckerhead? I don't know. Oh, wow, Halo, only 10 years too late. I know, right? I was really excited about that Halo movie that Peter Jackson was behind and Neil Blomkamp was supposed to direct. It was supposed to be his directorial debut. I was really excited about that. That looked so awesome. And they made that that short movie, I guess. They used a lot of the assets they had already made. They had all these costumes and stuff made for this movie. And he shot it was like a promo thing for Halo 3. But they used all the stuff from the movie set to make this really cool trailer. Not trailer, just a shot, like a little short film. It was like 3-4 minutes long before the movie got, the kibosh on it. And actually, District 9 was born of it. A great deal of the stuff in District 9, which Blomkamp went on to make after Halo, a lot of the sets and the costumes and the props and all that stuff came from the Halo movie. If you're a fan of Halo and you look at District 9, you see a lot of stuff that's very familiar, like the sniper rifle, the mechs, all that stuff. It came from the Halo movie. That's where they were building all that stuff. They built it for that. They even built a fucking Warthog, which if you know anything about Halo, that's really cool. Built it on a Jeep frame, I think it was. I'll geek out on that for a long time. Greg said, "I'll watch Halo. It might be good." I think it could be. It could be great. It could truly be a next level show. And I'm not saying that just because I'm a fan. I'm saying that because there is some really, really, really deep lore there. If they would just fall back on that lore and just count on it, I mean, they got to make their own changes and adapt it. I'm fine with that. But there's great stories waiting to be adapted. They just need to do that. They don't need to come up with something wholly original. They can, I mean, to a degree, but take some of that spirit, dip your hand in that pot right there and take some of that shit. We'll see what they do. Liv Schreiber is my boy. I know that. That's Antonio said. Oh, that name is really familiar. Wait, Liv Schreiber. Oh, no. I said Pablo Schreiber. Yeah, Liv Schreiber is he was yeah. He's good. He's in Scream and he was what is it? Sabretooth in the really bad X-Men movie. But yeah, that's Liv. This is Pablo. I doubt they're related. Autocorrect butchered his name. Yeah, Schreiber. I think that Pedro Pascal take off the helmet scene. Oh, for the Master Chief, he'll never take his helmet off. You have actually in the games, if you beat part 4, I think it's part 4. If you beat part 4 on Legendary, you get a quick glimpse of his face further zoomed out. It's really quick. He looks like a ghost. You got to beat it on Legendary. Sabretooth. Hopefully they give Master Chief a crew. I always thought Mando needed a crew since he doesn't talk much. Well, Matt, that's actually part of Master Chief's backstory. Is he started with a team, Blue Team. If you played Halo 5, which a lot of people consider to be narratively wise, one of the lesser or the lesser of all the games. It's a great gameplay, fun game, but narratively it is one of the lesser, and that's because they tried to shoehorn in this all-new character and yada yada. I'm not getting into that, but that's what that game is. He's with his old team, Blue Team, or I think it's called Blue Team. But that's the kids, the other kids that were kidnapped, because that's the backstory of the Spartans, is they're kidnapped from childhood. They kidnap the kids. They leave clones behind that die a few years later of these kids, kind of zoned out clones. And they take the kids and condition them like Soldier Style, that movie with Kurt Russell. They kind of do that. They augment their bodies and all that and turn them into these super warriors. But his team, these are the kids he grew up with or trained with, and they're still a team together. That could be interesting because some of his team actually, in the lore, from what I understand, has more of a personality than he does. He's gone through more augmentation, I think, or something like that. Eddie's brother. Yeah, Charlie Murphy's dead. Yeah, Charlie Murphy's dead. Holy moly, he is dead. I liked him and Dave Chappelle. Yeah, he died a few years ago. Like, I want to say it's been quite a few years now. It's been probably close to 5 years. Maybe not quite that long, but it's... I'm trying to remember where I worked at the time. But yeah, I want to say it's been 4 or 5 years. Leukemia. Yeah, he had leukemia. That's right. Come with me if you want to. I just said, man, I like her too. Sorry on my laptop, said Antonio. Palm keeps touching my touchpad, erasing my messages. Yeah, mine does that too. I fucking hate touchpads, I ain't gonna lie. I use a mouse. It's attached to my laptop. I'm using a laptop right now, but I hate that touchpad. And I hate when I'm typing with it and they claim, oh, you can rest your hand on it. It won't bother anything. But like if you lift your hand at all and come back down, it screws everything up. And then all of a sudden you're typing over here and over there. It really pisses me off. Super Guy said, have you ever seen the Batman vs. Terminator fan-made animation? It's on YouTube. I have not, but I have. I don't remember anything about it, but I've read the Batman vs. Terminator comic book that came out a long time ago, which I assume that animation is based on. I'll look that up though. If it's on YouTube, it's probably not real long. I like looking at like fan films and shit like that on YouTube, like Dust and all that. But yeah, I'd check that out. But yeah, there is a comic book. There's a comic book of that. There's pretty much a mashup, especially all those fringe characters like Terminator, Aliens, Predator, all that. There's a mashup of pretty much every one of them in some way, shape, form, or fashion. Hell Knight's here. What's up, Hell Knight? Hey, Super Guy too. I saw you a minute ago, but I didn't shout you out. Welcome again, my friend. Greg said, I feel like I might have seen the fan-made animation, but they made a lot of those fan base first. Yeah, they did. There's a really cool channel called, I think it's called Bat Under the Sun or Bat in the Sun or Bat Off. It's Bat something Sun. I think it's in or under or something like that. It's a channel that this guy, it's a team of people obviously, but they make like these weird, they're live action, these short movies, and they're always a mashup of two famous characters. I mean, they got like ones that you'll never ever see commercially, but they're real high dollar. Like Deadpool versus the Joker, Wolverine versus Predator, Ryu like from Street Fighter versus, I think it was like one of the Power Rangers or something like that. And it was actually the Green Power Ranger from the actual show. But like crazy shit like that. The Alien, the Xenomorph Alien versus Batman, I think it was. Like they got all kinds of crazy shit like that. It's really cool. They've been on there for years too. But check them out. Look at it's Bat. I think it's Bat Under the Sun. I'll have to look here in a minute. But it is Bat something Sun because they started doing like short Batman films, and he grew it into just making crazy ass mashups. It's really cool, and they put a lot of work into it. And it's all real. You can tell there's some money being put into that. Greg said I should watch I Care a Lot. I really like that movie. I saw that on Netflix. I haven't seen it. I saw it advertised. I watched the trailer for it. It did look pretty interesting. I might check that out this weekend. I could probably convince my wife to watch that with me. And Rosamund Pike's in it, and I like her. She's got this really weird... She's not like hot, but there's something about her. I don't know what it is. She's real assertive. I don't know what it is about Rosamund Pike. She's not ugly by any means, but she's not like that damn smoking hot kind of supermodel thing, but there's just something about the way she looks. I don't know. I find her attractive. Yeah, but this one was really well done, and I hope the new animated series will be something like it. The mashup thing. I hope this new one's good. I mean, it's coming from those Ghost in the Shell guys, so I think that's a good sign. I mean, I don't hear anybody ever say anything bad about Ghost in the Shell. I'm not the hugest fan of it, granted, but I don't hear anybody say anything bad about it, and I think that's a plus. I don't know what else they've done. Maybe that's the only thing they did, and Ghost in the Shell came out quite a while ago. So maybe they're real rusty. Who knows? We'll find out. I keep expectations low. Greg says I keep expectations low so I can get pleasantly surprised. I try and keep expectations low, but some things I just can't help it. This Halo show, I got high expectations. I ain't gonna lie. They've been talking about making a fucking like legit Halo movie show, something cinematic, a cinematic Halo thing for so damn long. And we did get those 2 web movies, that one of which was really good. The other one was okay. But still, they just weren't, they were both not quite there. They weren't. Forward Unto Dawn was really good and definitely worth a check and worth watching. And it was really cool, but it was like, right, it just didn't quite get there. That's what I'm looking for that. Well, hopefully I didn't see that. Not so much. He died in 2017, Charlie Murphy. Yeah, about 4 years ago. Right? Yeah, 4 years ago. CB4. The movie? Was he in CB4? Was Charlie Murphy in CB4? I love CB4. Big ass biscuits. I haven't seen CB4 in forever. What was it? Shit. There was CB4 and there was another movie. Because you know how they always release like movies that are like alike. Fear of a Black Hat. If anybody out there knows what CB4 is, besides Antonio, of course. But if anybody... CB4 is funny as hell. You should check it out. I don't know if it's comedy would... I don't know if everybody be into it nowadays. It's very 90s, parroting like gangster rap. Fear of a Black Hat was really good too. That's sad. I loved him in CB4. When do we get our Snorks movie? I feel like they've been left in the dust. Greg, we'll probably get that movie when we get the Fraggle Rock movie. Epic Rap Battles used to be good back in the day. You know, I used to watch the shit out of Epic Rap Battles. I went and started checking them out probably about a month ago. One day I just went on probably a 2-day stretch of just watching and listening while at work a lot of Epic Rap Battles. Because they got so much content on there. They still make content, not nearly as much as they used to. And they take longer breaks. But yeah, they're still pretty good. Not quite as epic as they used to be, but there's still some talent there. Black Hole Sun, won't you come? Oh, there's Alvin coming in with some I know what song. It's Black Hole Sun, and that's what? Who is it? Oh, it's right there on the tip of my tongue. I keep wanting to say Alice in Chains. It's not Alice in Chains. Fuck. You'll probably school me on it in a minute. I really like that song though. Bat in the Sun. Yes, Super Guy, you know what's up. Bat in the Sun. That's the one. I knew it was in, under, or on. it was one of those. A Care a Lot has the Dinklage in it also. I saw something about that today. I saw something talking about him in that movie. I didn't realize he was in it until I saw that today. The trailer looked good. She's like a caretaker who's ripping people off or something like that. She's what do they call it? A con artist, I think, is what it seemed like. Super Guy said, I will say something bad about the animation in the Netflix Ghost in the Shell. Is there a Netflix Ghost in the Shell? Or are you talking about just like the straight up, like the OG Ghost in the Shell? It was poopish. Is there a Netflix? Did they make a new Ghost in the Shell? Is that the Ghost in the Shell that article was referencing? It just said Ghost in the Shell. I didn't realize there was a new Ghost in the Shell. I thought we were talking about the original. Not the movie, of course, but like the animated movie. Honestly, Netflix has the lead in being a streaming service, but it really doesn't produce great content. Look at how fast Disney is getting subscribers because they make great content. I think Netflix makes some good content. They've got some good stuff. Like, I mean, that movie you were talking about a minute ago. And like, what was it? Extraction. That was pretty good. And they make some good content. Netflix just makes a lot. They're very much a quantity over quality. I think they go with quality, but they're more about just getting shit out there and just expanding. And I mean, it works to a degree, I guess. They still have some good stuff. My problem with Disney Plus is it just doesn't. Yes, The Mandalorian, I saw season 1. It was good. I thought it was a little bit fractured, but I hear season 2 is more like the story arc. It's more of a story arc. It's less because the first season was kind of like not monster of the week, but you know what I mean. Each contained episode, it did have an overall arc, but it was kind of loose until right there, like the last episode or two. I liked it, but I didn't love it. I thought it was entertaining. I'd watch season 2. I just hadn't got around to it. But I hear season 2 is better. WandaVision, I hear is, like I said, I've heard it's everything from good to it's all right. So I'll check that out sometime. But their other content, I'm not too familiar with their other like original content. That's Disney's problem though, is that they wall themselves off where it's only Disney stuff. So there's only so much shit that they can put on there that's not original. Netflix is pretty much whatever, man. Bring whatever you got. HBO Max, when it starts making content, will get loads of... Yes, HBO Max, I really like. I've got HBO Max. I signed up for it, officially signed up for it, started paying for it. I got a free subscription when that American Pickle movie came out, but then I also got an actual subscription to watch Wonder Woman, and ever since then, I watched that service a lot. There's a lot of good shit on there. I don't know how it was when it first came on because I heard it was missing some stuff, but I really like that service. There's a lot of good stuff on there, and there's a whole lot of good shit coming to it too. Like the next few months, there's a lot of good stuff. They don't so much have, they have some original content, but like shows and stuff, they don't have like original shows, but they got a lot of OG old school shows and stuff that I'm pretty happy with it. Okay, let's jump down here. Antonio said, I used to play the shit out of that on Rock Band. Yeah. I loved Rock Band. Rock Band was fun. Netflix has the Ghost in the Shell new animated show. All 3D. It was very window movie maker quality. Oh, the story carried the show. Oh, that sucks. I wonder if that's what they're talking about then, that one. Yeah, I bet, because it's on Netflix and it's, well, we'll see. I was kind of thinking, oh, this is a good thing, because I didn't know there was a new show. I was thinking it was like the old movie that came out like 30 years ago. Maybe it's 20 years ago. I don't know. It's been a while. Soundgarden. Yes, Greg, you're right. And I think actually somebody else said it. Greg said it. Yes, I kept wanting to say Alice in Chains. I knew it wasn't them. It's not them. It's Soundgarden. Yeah, I really like that song. There's a second part coming out sooner or later. The Snyder Cut. Yes, that's in about a week and a half. Well, 2 weeks now, I guess. Alrighty. Let's do a couple of more. Stories so we can get into this. So we're not doing this all night. Get a little drink of my coffee. Okay. So, after that, this next story, I am really excited about. I'm going to go out on a limb and say this, to me at least personally, is the biggest story of the week. It doesn't have as many details as some of these other stories we're going to talk about, but just the fact that this is finally fucking happening, I'm really excited about. And I'm going to jump right into it. We're talking about District 10, which is the sequel to District 9. I loved District 9, and not only because it was kind of a byproduct of the failed Halo movie. It has a lot of stuff in it that was brought over from that movie. Well, the production side of that movie that failed, that Neil Blomkamp was supposed to be making, and he went on to do this. It's actually based on a short story. The District 9 was based on a short movie he did years earlier, but he took all that stuff. So there's a lot of stuff for those eagle-eyed Halo fans in District 9 that you would recognize, and that would be because it all came from the Halo movie production that Peter Jackson was behind and eventually broke apart. But anyway, according to the Post, District 10, Neil Blomkamp's long-planned sequel to District 9, is taking a big leap forward in development, as the filmmaker confirmed on Twitter that he is now working on the script with screenwriter Terry Tatchell and actor Sharlto Copley. Blomkamp added a single promise to fans. It's coming. I'll take it, man, because he's been telling us, I want to do it. There's a story there that I want to tell one day, but he hasn't just outright said, okay, we're doing it. And Blomkamp is one of those directors that works fast. Like he has some really technically, from a technical perspective, especially interesting and just like some really high tech movies that he makes. Some great looking movies, regardless of what you think of their quality, like Elysium and Chappie. But he makes them quickly. He's a guerrilla filmmaker, like down in the dirt guerrilla filmmaker. So I'm hoping that that's what he does with this one too. Blomkamp has long discussed wanting to create a sequel to District 9, but he spent the immediate aftermath of the film's success developing new projects such as Elysium and Chappie. Addressing fans during a 2017 Reddit AMA, the filmmaker said he was committed to making a District 9 sequel, but was waiting for the right time to start working on it. I really respect that, because everybody was clamoring for a sequel after this came out, because it kind of did leave off on somewhat of a cliffhanger. Not a total cliffhanger, but it definitely left it wide open, and it definitely left open the fact that, yes, there is more to be told. And everybody was wanting it. This movie was on, like, just this was a great breakout for him, because it won an Academy Award, I think, for screenplay or adapted screenplay. It was nominated for a whole bunch of awards. Everybody loved it, talked great things about it. He could have jumped right into that and it would have done gangbusters, but I really respect the fact that he said, it's not the right time for it. I'm not ready. I don't have that story. He's not doing it just to do it, just because everybody's hollering for it. So I really respect when filmmakers do that. They don't follow the money. I mean, money's important. It's a business, I understand, but as far as like making, I think it is a creative process. You got to have some passion about it. And he waited until things were right. In Blomkamp's word, he said, okay, so with District 10, the basic answer is yes, he replied to fans. I want to go back to that world and tell the rest of the story with Wickes and Christopher. Those are the two characters, the alien and Copley's character in the first movie. The issue right now is that I have many other projects and ideas that I also want to work on and complete. And most importantly, the exact right reason to make District 10 needs to be very clear. The first film was based so explicitly on real themes and topics from South Africa that affected me greatly growing up there, that we need to make sure the next film does not forget that. That's great. That's great. That is someone saying, I'm going to make this movie when it's the right time to make it, and I'm going to make it, and I want it to mean something like the first one did. I'm cool with that. Take your time, dude. I mean, you have, but make it. Make it when you're ready. So he doesn't, as far as I know, because he had a few projects since Chappie fall through. Not due to him, but like he was supposed to make a new Alien film that was going to kind of do a Halloween and retcon some of the later Alien movies. It was going to take place right after Aliens. And it was going to have Sigourney Ripley and Hicks and Newt and all of them. He was writing this. There's storyboards, like concept art. He was working on that and it fell through. That really sucks because I was really liking his vision of that. He had that. There was one or two other things he had fall through. This guy's had really bad luck with like awesome projects falling through his career. He was the one, like I mentioned earlier, who was in charge of the Halo movie. Supposed to be his breakout, but instead he made District 9. But yeah, man, we don't have like it doesn't tell us anything about it. We assume, and the end of the first one, I think it was Christopher, the alien. That was the alien's name. Him and his child took off in the ship and went, and I think he said it'd take like 3 years to get there or to get there and back. They were going to I think their home planet or going somewhere. I can't remember. They're coming back. So I'm wondering if this one will just pick up a few years after where they come back. What does that mean for Wickes' character, which is Copley's character, who has turned into one of these creatures now? Are we going to get an explanation as to why? I know he got that stuff on him in the beginning of the movie. What made him turn into this other species? How's that work? I don't know. I'm interested. I've always liked Neil Blomkamp's movies, even Elysium and Chappie. I saw the issues with both of them. I thought Chappie was honestly a better movie than Elysium. Elysium was a cool idea. It had some really cool action, but it was a little bit light in the story department. It was pretty basic. Chappie, I thought, had a lot more going on with it, and it's the one that most people dislike the most. I think a lot of that had to do with them picking Die Antwoord to be the main characters in the movie and pretty much just playing themselves. I don't mind them, so it didn't bother me. I thought that was a fun movie. I enjoyed it. I liked what it was talking about. And most of his movies do have kind of an undertone of political, like, commentary. Not political, but societal commentary. Not so much political. And so, yeah, I'm interested to see what he's going to do with District 10, how it's going to expand that District 9 story. Hopefully, I have faith that he's not going to screw it up. I mean, you never know, but I have faith he's not. As long as he doesn't go like super political like it seems like everybody out there's doing now, I think he'll be all right. Don't do that, and I'll probably be pleased enough to watch this movie and enjoy it. But yeah, District 10, if you're a fan of District 9, it doesn't give us a time, but he is working on the screenplay. Like I mentioned, he is the type of director who typically works pretty fast. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see this thing in a year and a half, maybe. Maybe shorter amount of time, depending on how fast he's wanting to work on it. Or hell, it might be 10 years. Who knows? But he is actually actively working on it now, and that makes me excited. So, leading straight out of that into another thing that a lot of people, I can't say a lot of people, but some people have been waiting on. Something else, another movie some people have been waiting on a long time. And many other people just didn't know existed. But they've been waiting on this one a long time, and most people thought it was just never going to happen. Some people thought it wasn't completed. But this is a film that apparently was completed in 1974, I believe it is. I'm sorry, 1973 is when this film was completed, and we are finally getting it released. And it's not just any movie, but it is the long-lost movie from horror maestro George A. Romero, who did pass away a few years ago, unfortunately, but his film was found and remastered, and they are releasing it, and it is named The Amusement Park. The article reads, The Amusement Park, a 1973 film from George A. Romero. For those of you that don't know, Romero is the father of the zombie genre with Night of the Living Dead, Dawn of the Dead, Day of the Dead, and that newer one that wasn't all that. What was the City of the Dead? I don't know. But all the Dead movies, he made those. Romero, that was never officially released, is finally coming to the masses thanks to Shudder streaming service. Word of the film started making the rounds back in 2018, and now it's been restored in 4K by Indie Collect. And now horror streaming service Shudder plans to release the film in North America, the UK, Ireland, Australia, and New Zealand this summer. Not an exact date, but it's this summer. I mean, that's a 3-month this is a 3-month window there, so it's going to be in there somewhere. But we're finally getting this thing. I've heard of this movie. Like, it's one of those mythical movies I've heard talk of, and I think there was probably some, like, bootleg, chopped up copies of it probably out there. I've never seen it, but there were some, like, I want to say there's people that say, oh, I've seen it, and I've seen this or that, but none of them have been good copies, but it's pretty cool that it's, finally been dug up, and we get to finally see this legend in filmmaking, one of his movies that, for whatever reason, was never released. It doesn't say in this article, and I'm sure we'll get more of that, like when the movie releases, maybe why it was shelved for whatever reason, because it apparently was done, or at least more or less done. It says the movie features Lincoln Mazel as an elderly man who finds himself disoriented and increasingly isolated as the pains, tragedies, and humiliations of aging in America are illustrated by his journey among roller coasters and chaotic crowds, and is described as an allegory about the nightmarish realities of growing older, and as a snapshot of the filmmaker's early artistic capacity and style. All right, that's a lot to take in right there. But Romero's movies always had an underlying theme. And they were, much like Blomkamp's movies a moment ago I was speaking about, always had like societal commentary. They always were commentating on something. Like Dawn, most people just, it's a zombie movie. It's all about consumerism. And, a whole lot of shit going on there. But that's one of the bigger ones there. Capitalism, consumerism, all that. And his movies have always kind of had that underlying theme going on for it. So I'm interested to see this. I'm interested to see what this is going to be. It's, I guess it is horror themed. I don't know how much of a horror it will be, but it is horror themed for sure. And it will have some, it says nightmarish realities of growing older and a snapshot of the filmmaker's early artistic capacity and style. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to try and not look into it too much. I don't want to know really more than that. I want to go in looking at it like this. It's going to be a good-looking 4K. It's an old movie that we're going to see in 4K for the first time. How good that transfer is, who knows? It really probably depends on what they were working with to begin with. It could have already been in bad. If they didn't have a good starting point, then that is going to affect it in the end either way. But I think it's cool that we're going to finally get this movie that, for whatever reason, never got released. I am really curious, though. Why wasn't this movie released? If it was completed and it doesn't... I mean, I feel like there's a story here. There's a story about this movie, and not the movie itself, but why it wasn't released. If they completed this film, and this was 1973, so it was after Night of the Living Dead. This is when Romero had a name for himself. He was a player. He could have released this. He didn't have to ask anybody's, permission to release a movie, and it was done. So that's really odd that it didn't come out, and it's not coming out until now. What we're talking... 50, fuck man, it's going to be almost 50 years later. This movie's almost 50 years old. So yeah, that's a really interesting. I kind of do want to look into that, but I'm sure we'll find more about it. We'll hear more about that as it comes closer to time. But for all you horror fans out there, especially OG old school Romero horror fans, you've got something to look forward to. While he is gone, we've lost that wonderful legend in filmmaking. He's got one more for us. So it's coming. Says there is no official release date for the amusement park yet, but it is slated for this summer. So here in, I'd say the next 6 months, within the next 6 months, we should be getting this movie. And I look forward to seeing it. And when it comes out, I will probably check it out and review it here on the channel. And I'm hoping it's good. And given the pedigree and who created it and who all's involved with it, I think it will be. But really, I still want to know that story, though. I'm going to look into that. So, let's check out, before we jump into the next story, what you guys were over here talking about. Need more. Oh, Greg, that's cute. Halo more like hell no. Ghost in the Shell takes place after what? Oh, Netflix. Okay, Ghost in the Shell Netflix takes place after the original. Okay, cool. I cannot remember too much. I remember the basics about the Ghost in the Shell movie. I saw it like that and Akira and all that a long time ago. I'm not like super familiar with it. I'm not like a super fan of them, but I saw it a long time ago. I can't remember all the basics of it. So I would have to rewatch that if I was going to watch that show. I'm probably not going to do that anytime soon, honestly. I'm assuming, Super Guy, you are a fan of at least the OG Ghost in the Shell, or maybe I'm wrong. If you are, I am curious to know, what did you think about the Scarlett Johansson movie? Did you think it was as bad as some people were saying? Because I've heard both ways. I've heard some people say it was terrible. I saw it. I thought it was fine. Like I said, I don't have an affinity for the original. Some people just hated it, but some people said it was good. I mean, I don't think anybody was saying it was claiming it was just amazing movie ever made. But I mean, some people have said that it was. I thought it was entertaining enough while I watched it, but some people, mostly fans of the original, absolutely hated it. I will watch the Snyder Cut, says Greg, but I'll be skeptical. But anything has to be better than what we saw in theaters. You know what, man? Quick story on that. I've been watching all the DCEU movies here recently to do some reviews leading up to the Snyder Cut. And I didn't finish. I started Justice League the other night. I haven't really seen it since I saw it in theaters when it first came out. And honestly, when I saw it in theaters, and I've always stood by it, I didn't think it was that bad. I was like, it was okay. It wasn't great. I had a good enough time with it. Whatever. I saw that it seemed like they were trying to make a Marvel movie out of a DC movie, and I thought that was an issue, but I didn't hate it. Yeah. Like I said, I'm not done with it. I'm only maybe about a third through it. And I remember it basically, but man, watching through it this time, I'm like, holy crap, no, this isn't. I see a lot more of the issues this second time around. There's a lot of problems with that movie, and I'm kind of with you. The Snyder Cut, even if it's not great, it's got to be better than what I've seen so far. I can't say that I hate this first third of the movie that I've seen, but man, it is jumbled as shit. It is like a hack job, is what it seems like. But maybe it'll all come together in the final 2/3. I doubt it, according to what everybody says. We'll find out. But I'm watching that one right now. I'm probably going to finish it at some point over the course of the next couple of days. Chappie, Die Antwoord. Oh, I kind of like Die Antwoord. I ain't gonna lie. They're kind of like out there because they started as a comedy show, a comedy variety show. Die Antwoord actually was born out of a comedy variety show that those two characters, or those two musicians and some other people did. Die Antwoord was like a comedy part of that show. Just FYI. Greg said I would totally do that albino chick. Yolandi Vassar. That's her name. I know way too much about that group. So we gotta say albino chick was pretty fine, my kind of crazy. Yeah. She is pretty hot. Little thing. Itty bitty. Chappie, a.k.a. Johnny Number 5 returns. I liked Chappie. I thought it was good. If you look at how they made that shit, holy crap. I watched a special effects breakdown from some other people. If you ever watch like Corridor Crew or anything, I like their visual effects artists react. They didn't like use a mocap suit or anything. They hand crafted that motherfucker over Copley's performance. And it looked really fucking good. They did that shit by hand. What the fuck? They're crazy. Use a goddamn mocap suit. Number 5 is alive. Yes, Greg. Only in our hearts. Does anyone else like hummus? I thought you said, does anyone else like humans, Antonio? It's like, yeah, I'm pretty fond of them. Humans are all right. Not all of them. Some humans I fucking hate. But as a whole, human race is all right. Hummus. Yeah, I've had hummus, though. I can't say I'm in love with it, but I like it. Like, I think I had it on some crackers or bread or something one time. Greg likes it. Land of the Dead. Yeah, Alvin, that's the one. I saw that in movie theaters. Simon Pegg and Nick Frost made a cameo in it. Not the greatest of the Dead movies. Diary of the Dead. Yeah, you know what? You're right, Greg. I don't know if he did. I know he wrote it, and it was in that same universe. He may have directed. Diary of the Dead he was involved with before he passed away. He may have directed it. I can't remember. But yeah, Land of the Dead was not the last one. Diary of the Dead, I think, was the last one in that series. I've only had hummus. With chickpeas. I'm not a fan. I wasn't in love with it, but I thought it was okay. Fiddler's Green. Was that? That's from that movie, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, that's that apartment or building complex that they're in. That they're all trying to get into. Yeah. What's his name? Dennis Hopper. Is Dennis Hopper in that? It's been a while since I saw it. Indeed, we're talking about a lot of hummus going on here. Consume, obey, sleep. Yeah, you're talking about some They Live right there. Release the Romero cut, says Super Guy. I think that's the cut they're going to release. We're out to the amusement park. Yeah. There's this amusement park in, I think, Florida. It's a Six Flags. Maybe it's not Florida. I don't know. I've seen it on a bunch of videos online. It's like a Six Flags that got flooded. No, it's in Louisiana. I think it's near New Orleans, and it was flooded during all the floods and stuff, and it's been abandoned ever since then. It is super creepy looking. That looks like that's where they need to film some fucking movies or something, because that shit's just all still there and up, and it was just left, and no one's gone back. Magic Carpet Ride was actually my ex's nickname. All right, Greg. Steppenwolf, the Punisher. Punisher would whoop Steppenwolf's ass. I don't know. Steppenwolf, he's pretty fucking powerful. The Punisher should whoop Steppenwolf's ass. They should have just abandoned Louisiana. You know, when that happened, Hurricane Katrina, I was in the hotel business, and I got a lot of the refugees from that. It was one of those moments in time when I really feared for the human race. There were some good people that just shit happened. They were in a really bad situation and they were helped. But then there were some just shithole people that came up, man, that just wanted to get as much as they possibly could for free in every way. There was a guy that we had there that was in the what's that dome, the sport, whatever it is, like the inside field or whatever. Superdome or whatever it was that a lot of people were in. He was shot. He had a wound on his back. It was actually his ass. He got shot in the ass because he was like stealing stuff from people's little areas and stuff like that. He's such a piece of shit. There was a lot of people like that showed up. All the hotels in the area, we were like having to like cater to all the FEMA. Well, I guess we didn't have to, but the company I worked for was like, yeah, you're gonna do this. Dennis Hopper, Easy Rider features the song "I Just." Oh, Steppenwolf. Oh, the Punisher's the same. I was thinking about Steppenwolf from fucking Justice League and the Punisher character. But yeah, Steppenwolf, I guess they did do a song called The Punisher. They're in the Punisher. Did you see the picture of a dude stealing a TV? He was walking in like 3 feet of water. I was like, where are you going to watch that TV? Everything's flooded. I know, right? Oh, there was tons. Yeah, Steppenwolf the band. I got it. It took me a little bit, Antonio, but I got it. Yeah, man, those floods were crazy, and there were some shithole people that show up in situations like that, and then they want sympathy, and that irritated the fuck out of me. But there were some good people. I try not to let like those few. I feel like there were more good people than bad, but you remember the bad ones, and the bad ones just really get under your skin, and it kind of sours everybody else, gives them a bad name. All right. Let's get on with this show. Trying to think of a segue here. Speaking of amusement parks, another amusement park, or at least not the amusement park, but something that amusement park is based on, has got a bit of controversy going on. It wouldn't be a week in the entertainment news if we didn't talk about some controversy, because it seems like there's always some fucking controversy to something. Somebody's mad at somebody for doing something to somebody else, or just nobody in general. Whatever, man. It's another one of those stories. This one, admittedly, I don't know as much about. I only can know what the story tells me. I try and read between the lines. The story, I believe, it's fair. I read a couple of stories that all pretty much said the same thing. This was the most unbiased, not taking so much of a side that I could find. This one does lean a little bit towards one side, but this was the one that I could find that was more stating more of the facts and less opinion, which is what I try and find, because, you know, I'm more interested in my opinion. I just want the facts, and then I'll form my own opinion. But yeah, I'm talking about Harry Potter. Harry Potter has got some controversy going on, which apparently Harry Potter's had some controversy going on with J.K. Rowling, the writer, author of Harry Potter, but this isn't involving her. She had some stuff going on. I didn't follow that story. She apparently said some stuff or something concerning transgender or LGBT, all that. She had some stuff, she had some thoughts, and she said that. I can't speak on that because I'm not as familiar. I've just heard that she said some stuff, and I guess she's been canceled. I tend to be very skeptical of anyone who's been canceled. Not saying there's not people out there that did shit that was fucked up and maybe they deserve something, but I feel like a lot of people get canceled nowadays, if you will. I feel like it's gotten a little out of control, and people, it's becoming less, oh, this person did something so bad and so terrible they need to just be, you know, wiped off the earth, to your opinion doesn't line up with mine, get the fuck out. And I'm not sure if that's what happened here or not. Like I said, the facts are kind of up in the air. I have this story that I wrote. I read I think it was 3 different stories about it, but they all, like I said, pretty much said the same thing. And this isn't actually just about Harry Potter. It's about a new game that is being developed. I'd heard of the game. I was kind of like, yeah, I mean, that sounds like a cool idea. I believe it's an RPG, or at least an open world Harry Potter game, which people have been saying they wanted for a long time. It's called Hogwarts Legacy. I don't know if it specifically is going to involve Harry Potter or not. I don't know enough about the game. I just remember seeing it being announced like a few months back or something, and a studio, Avalanche Studios, is working on it. Talented studio. They've made some good stuff in the past. Some open world stuff like Just Cause, the Just Cause series. I'm pretty sure they made that. But they, or maybe in Mad Max. I don't know. There's two Avalanche Studios. I think this is the one that made those two. The Mad Max game, I played the shit out of that. That was a really cool game, by the way. If you like games, check out the Mad Max game. You should be able to get it on the cheap. It's really fun. But let's jump right into this, and also where all this went down. I've just heard a lot of conflicting stuff about this particular site, but it doesn't change the fact that it is a big site in the video game world, and that would be Reset Era. One of the internet's largest video game forums, Reset Era, banned all promotional material for Avalanche Studios' upcoming Hogwarts Legacy, following reports that one of the game's lead designers previously created YouTube videos praising Gamergate. For those of you that don't know Gamergate, once again, I'm not getting deep into it because I don't have all the facts on that, and I don't go off of what just one thing says. It was more or less, it had some stuff to do with female gamers or people, female game journalists or something, and how they were treated, but then how they were treated. I don't know. It was some stuff like that. It was some SJW stuff apparently in there. I don't know all the facts. I'm not going to speak on that because I don't know that. Now, this part of the article that I just read is a little misleading in its wording. My understanding, and once again, I haven't looked into this story greatly, but my understanding is he wasn't praising Gamergate, but he had a differing opinion on it and just had some questions. But it wasn't just Gamergate. That's not the only thing he talked about. He was talking a lot of politics on there. Let's read a little bit more into this. It says freelance journalist Liam Robertson tweeted screenshots of Avalanche Studios' lead designer Troy Levette's YouTube account on February 19th that showcased videos with titles such as The Injustice of Social Justice, In Praise of Culture Appropriation, and In Defense of John Lasseter. Lasseter, if you didn't know, is a former Pixar executive who left the company in 2008 following sexual misconduct allegations. Now, that is not qualified. I don't like how they said that. He didn't necessarily, some people say that, but he actually left the company. It has not been quantified whether he left because of that or not, and none of that's been proven as far as I know. Once again, don't want to get too deep into it. My understandings are that someone did level some misconduct allegations. Let's make sure we use that word properly and we all understand what it is. But allegations were levied at him, and but this was my understanding after he left the company. Now, the stuff that supposedly happened while he was there, I don't know. The guy's been with he was with Pixar since the start, so it makes sense that he was ready to retire. I don't know if that had anything to do with it. Nobody knows. That's the thing, because they're not talking about it because these allegations are still out there and it's not been handled. So this is the kind of thing I was talking about, how I think this is a fairly unbiased report, but just the way you word things sometimes can lead people down a road of fact that's not necessarily fact. Some of this is speculation. But anyway, he did in fact leave, and there have been misconduct allegations levied at him, but we don't know anything about those. At this point, they are just allegations. Levette's YouTube account, which has been inactive since 2018, primarily featured video blogs where the game designer criticized various social justice movements. Levette referred to the Me Too movement as a moral panic. He also went on to say himself, as far as working with WB Games, Warner Brothers, by the way, I am to say that even though I disclosed my YouTube channel to WB Games, it didn't appear to be an issue for them. Not that they endorse anything I've said, of course, but at least they seem more concerned with making good games than with pushing some kind of social justice agenda. So there is hope. Okay, so all that to take in. It sounds like this guy has I'm going to say, some people just say conservative view on things. I'm not going to say that because, there's conservatives that fall into that category as well. of agreeing with some of these movements and stuff like that. I think he is more of a. I don't know. I mean, once again, I can't label the guy as far right, far left, whatever. But he has some views. I mean, he has some views on some things. I've not watched these videos. I don't know if he's just like ranting like a madman or not. But he does have some views about social justice. I think a lot of people do, though. I've got views on social justice and social justice warriors. I honestly think a lot of it's gotten out of control. Shit's getting a little crazy out there when based on allegations, just based on just not concrete facts, people's lives can be fucking ruined forever. Now, some people do some fucked up things. They do really bad things. My biggest problem with this whole cancel culture, which is what this is all around, because this guy's been more or less, because chances are he's still working there and Warner Brothers has not issued any statement. But Reset Era, which is, like I said, the largest video game forum, or one of the largest video game forums, will not show anything for this game. That's promotion for WB. I mean, WB might be like, fuck off, we don't care. But chances are they're going to at least look at that, and it's making some waves here. So will this guy lose his job? I don't know. This just happened. I mean, for all we know, this guy will get attacked. And it's all because of his opinion. I can only assume, because I feel like if there was something like really hardcore in these videos, it would have mentioned that. They would have said, oh, this guy's a fucking nut. He's on here talking about like Nazi Germany or something or whatever. You know, if he was like spouting some real insane stuff, I feel like they would have quoted it. All it does is list the titles of his videos. These videos are all from, have nothing, his account's been inactive since 2018 too, by the way. And there was another part in this that alluded to Reset Era didn't think it was, I believe it was Reset Era that didn't think it was, they held WB responsible, saying having someone work for you like that could, you know, impact other people, and what kind of impact are they going to have on that game? There's tons of people out there that have different opinions on things. But, I mean, they're able to set that stuff aside and say, that's my personal opinion. This is my work. I'm going to do work, and this is my personal life. I mean, I am. My job and my personal life don't intermingle. I go to work, and I do my fucking job. My religious, political, personal, just what the fuck ever views have they have nothing to do with that. I do my fucking job. That's what this guy's doing. He's making a fucking video game. He's doing his job. Does he deserve to be canceled? I don't know, man. I really don't know. Once again, this is not enough information, but I feel like at this point he's being canceled just because he had a YouTube channel where he was saying his opinion. He was throwing his opinion into the hat on these big issues that are going on in the world. And I got to ask, what if he was saying the opposite of this? What if he had videos that were totally praising all of it? Would that make it okay? Is the fact that he has, is that what they're trying to say? Because it sounds like Reset Era and all these other people that are talking about it, is it the fact of what his opinions are? His personal opinions, by the way. And I'm not saying I agree or disagree with them. That's somebody else's personal opinion. My personal beliefs and things are mine. His are his, yours are yours. Everyone is their own. Everybody needs to stop fucking worrying about everybody else's personal opinions, by the way. But this guy, regardless of his do or do not align with my own, the fact of the matter is the issue here that he is talking about these social issues, that he was out there talking about it openly on YouTube, and they're afraid that, oh, he's talking about stuff, so he's going to incorporate politics and an agenda into it, regardless of what his view is. If that's the problem, I still think that that's not an issue, really. I mean, people can differentiate work and personal life, but if that's the problem, you know, it's a little bit more wholesome. But I feel like what it is what he's saying doesn't line up with what some other people think. That's the problem. Because if he was saying, if his videos were those but reversed, just the other way around, I don't think there'd be a problem. And that's kind of fucked up. I don't agree with that from any, like, people that 100% agree with my line of thinking. If they go after other people that I disagree with their line of thinking, but they use that type of mentality, I don't agree with that. People are allowed to think what they think, and voice those opinions. And they should be able to do that without worrying about their fucking lives being ruined. If you're not hurting anyone, you're just voicing your opinion. And it's not fair that what's okay for you is not okay for you. And, that's not cool. Is that what's happening here? I don't know. Once again, there's not enough information here. But I get a feeling that at least some of that's coming in. Because they don't... I feel like if there was something worse in there besides the title and the implication of some of these videos this guy released, I feel like we would have heard about it. I feel like it'd be plastered all over here. That, he said this, he said that, he said this. I don't know. We'll see. If this gets bigger, I might check out some of these videos and see if, hey, is there anything to this? But I don't know if this will get bigger. Hopefully WB just says, you know what? This is an employee. He's doing his fucking job. But hopefully they look at this guy's work, and if he's doing a good job, I have no idea. He might be doing a shit job for all I know, but if he's doing a good job, they say, you know what, this guy's doing a good job. This is some personal shit. Shut the fuck up. WB has been a company so far that they haven't been one of the biggest proponents of that type of lifestyle so far, of like feeding into all that stuff. So who knows? But granted, they haven't really been at the center of a lot of that stuff either. But they haven't put themselves at the center of it either. I mean, there's been a few things that have popped up with DC and all that, but for the most part, they've distanced themselves more than some companies like, say, Disney or something like that. But yeah, man, this isn't about this guy's personal beliefs, like mine aligning or not aligning with him, or me disagreeing with the way he says or agreeing with it. It's the fact that I don't feel like he is getting, from what I've seen here, I fear that he may not be getting a fair shake like everyone else, and I think everybody deserves a fair shake. And I think that cancel culture and things like that, they are getting a little out of control. Not a little, they're getting really out of control. And something, I'm not going to be like, something's got to be done. No, I don't think something's got to be done. I think something's going to happen, because that shit's going to come full circle to people. You have that much power to ruin a person's fucking life at the drop of a hat like that. That shit's going to come back, man. All that shit's going to backfire eventually. And I don't want to be there when it happens. So I keep my fucking nose out of it. But yeah, that's this guy. Once again, not the biggest story in the world, but who knows? Next week, this might be a huge fucking story. This might just be the beginnings of it. Or it might be nothing. I hope, honestly, it's nothing. If this guy hasn't really said anything just outlandishly insane, leave him alone, man. Let him go do his fucking job. He's not posting the videos anymore. They're still up, but it's his opinion. He's allowed to have that. That's the beauty of this country. You're allowed to have your opinion, and it does not have to align with mine or his or hers or theirs or anybody's. You have your own fucking opinion that could be different than everybody else's. As long as you're not hurting anybody, you're good, man. But yeah, Harry Potter game coming out. I think it's supposed to come out later this year. It doesn't really talk about the game much. It just talks about how they are not going to promote it there at Reset Era. And we'll see if anybody else follows suit and what happens with this thing. But if you're looking forward to the Hogwarts Legacy Harry Potter game, which I think Harry Potter fans mostly were, it looked like a pretty cool thing. Let me know. And if you think, what are your thoughts on this guy working there? Because, I mean, if you really think that every single person out there, just because you don't know what their beliefs are, means their beliefs align with yours, that's foolish. There's tons of people we come in contact with every day that have differing beliefs. I dare to say that every person you come in contact with out there in the world has at least a differing belief than you, or me, or them. I've yet to meet someone who shares every single belief that I do. If I do, that person's probably a fucking psychopath. But anyway, moving on. Hogwarts Legacy. We'll see how it turns out, and we'll see what goes on with this guy, whatever his name was. I lost it. But yeah, Harry Potter. Game's coming. So on to something a little bit more lighthearted and a bit more fun for some, or at least for fans of this particular author. We have a new film project coming up from author J.R.R. Martin. And that should pique some people's interest out there, because, of course, J.R.R. Martin is the writer and creator of the series for Game of Thrones, which is actually based on a Song of Ice and Fire. Yeah, it's Song of Ice and Fire. But those are not the only books he writes, and we're getting an adaptation of his, of a story or a series, I guess, or at least a book called The Lost Lands. No, In the Lost Lands. I'm sorry. In the Lost Lands is the name of one of his works, apparently, and it is going to be developed by none other than Paul W.S. Anderson, best known for the Resident Evil franchise. He will direct his adaptation of In the Lost Lands, a sprawling epic based on the story by George R.R. Martin. Milla Jovovich, also of Resident Evil movies, and Dave Bautista from the Guardians of the Galaxy franchise will star. Now, that paragraph right there that I just read has probably got a lot of people with a lot of conflicting emotions. Because I imagine there's a lot of George R.R. Martin fans out there that are like, yes, awesome. I'm not familiar with this. I'm familiar with Martin and Game of Thrones, but I'm not familiar with In the Lost Lands. But I'd be willing to watch a movie that he penned because I think he was a good author. I read the first 3.5 Game of Thrones books or Story of Ice and Fire books, and I enjoyed what I read, and I really enjoyed the show, so I'd be really excited to see a movie based on that. However, it's that name there, Paul W.S. Anderson, that I threw in as the director. I know that's going to bother some people, mainly because of the Resident Evil movies, but let's take a look away from the Resident Evil movies for a second. What else has Anderson made? People give him a lot of shit, and a lot of that shit comes down to the Resident Evil movies. But take those out of the filmography for a minute and look at what else he's got going on. The guy's got some good movies there. Some underrated ones, some cult films such as Soldier. I can't speak today. But also Event Horizon, which is getting a Blu-ray or a 4K release here soon, by the way. But Event Horizon is that movie, the little movie that came out and nobody wanted to see it. And then as the years went on, it became a bona fide cult classic. But he also made Death Race, the remake of Death Race, which was with Jason Statham, the first one, which is actually pretty cool. Most recently, he made the adaptation of Monster Hunter, which wasn't amazing, but it wasn't bad. It was entertaining enough for the night. I didn't hate it. I didn't love it. It was fine. And, of course, he made 1995's Mortal Kombat, which we're going to find out here in about a month and a half if it gets outdone by the new version. But either way, he's made some good movies. He's got some other ones under his belt, too, but those are some of the highlights. So I think he could take this on. He recently, or not recently, I guess probably within the past 10 years, he took on a adaptation of the story of Pompeii. I only saw it once. I remember it being okay. I know he wrote it, and maybe his writing style isn't for everybody because he wrote the Resident Evil movies as well. But I know like Event Horizon, he had writing credits on it, but he didn't write that. Soldier, I think he had writing credits, but he wasn't the only writer. So maybe that's the thing. Here he's adapting a story of In the Lost Lands, which is written by Martin. And it doesn't say that he will be the only one writing it, so maybe he'll get some help writing this one, and it'll turn out to be pretty good. The guy knows how to direct action, as long as he doesn't direct it like he did with Resident Evil: The Final Chapter. That was terribly edited. But the guy knows how to direct action. He knows how to make entertaining, fun movies. So we'll see. I'm going to reserve judgment. Martin's stories typically have a lot going on in them, or at least the ones that I read. There's usually a whole lot going on in them. And I'm going to assume that In the Lost Lands does as well. We'll find out when it comes out. I'm just hoping that Anderson, this will probably be, story-wise, I'd say probably one of the more complex stories that he's tackled thus far. So we'll see how he does with that. It does say that in the movie, a queen desperate to fulfill her love makes a daring play. She hires a Gray Alice. That name, which will be played by Jovovich, a woman as feared as she is powerful, sent to the ghostly wilderness of the Lost Lands. Alice and her guide, the drifter Boyce, played by Bautista,
must outwit and outfight man and demon in this fable that explores the nature of good and evil, debt and fulfillment, love and loss. Okay. I mean, that's a pretty generic. I don't think it's gonna be generic, but that's a broad description of this thing. It doesn't really give too much, but it gives enough just to kind of give you an idea of this is the type of fantasy world it's going to be in. But we'll see, man. I don't know. The biggest takeaway here is that Paul Anderson is taking this thing on. If you're not a huge fan, if you just hate every one of his movies, this honestly probably ain't going to be the one for you. I doubt the guy's going to totally change his directing style coming into this movie. But if you've liked some of his movies, and if you've liked the Resident Evil movies, but especially if you've liked some of his movies, we might find something to like here. Martin is definitely a talented writer, so the story, I'm sure, even though it seems a little basic there in that description I just read, I'm sure there's going to be some stuff there that makes it interesting. We'll just have to see how Anderson ends up adapting it and how it turns out. Bautista's in it. Jovovich is in it. I like Mila Jovovich. I think she's very charismatic. She's a very physical actress, and I like her, and pretty much she's everything she's in. But Dave Bautista, I really like Dave Bautista. He's only been in really one movie that I didn't care. Well, he was in Spectre. I didn't really care for Spectre, but he was also in that movie where he's driving the car, or the guy was driving him around. Came out last year. I didn't like that movie. But besides that, I've liked Dave Bautista in pretty much everything else he's been in. So I'm hoping that he brings that charisma. He's got just a charm to him as well that I really enjoy. So we'll see, though. This movie has a lot going for it, and I'm hoping that they're able to pay it off. Probably about a year and a half from now, we'll hear about this movie. If I had to guess, I'd say probably summer 2022. And hopefully we get Anderson's best movie yet with In the Lost Lands. Well, all right, we only got 2 more topics for the evening before we jump into a couple of trailers. One of these topics I know at least one person in my chat's going to enjoy, is going to really like, probably from past discussions. Let me look down here and see what you guys have been talking about the past 2. If I've sparked any conversations here before we move on with the show. Lost my place. Are we talking about hummus? That's where I was before. Okay, here, I think this is where I left off. You know, the song goes, I smoke a lot of grass. Oh, Lord, I pop a lot of pills. Hey, that's the, isn't that a Tom Petty song? No, never mind, sorry. Magic Carpets from Alvin, Put Me On It. Can't we all just get along, says Super Guy. I remember that shit, man. I remember when that happened. That was like a meme. Oh, that was a meme before there were memes. The can't we all just get along? I mean, that's fucked up when they did that guy, man. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, say what you will about Rodney King. If any of you actually are old enough to remember that situation happening, say what you will about him. I don't think he was like a saint like they kind of portrayed him. But I don't think anybody deserved to have their ass whipped like that man got his ass whipped in that video. They were fucking beating the shit out of his ass with them billy clubs. Ain't nobody getting up for that shit. They from memory, and I was younger. I guess I would have been a teenager. It was in the early 90s. But yeah, I remember seeing that shit being like, damn, I'm surprised he lived. They beat the fuck out of his ass. He probably was the guy in the office that everyone hates but does a good job, so there's no reason to fire him until... Oh, we're talking about the guy from the Harry Potter thing. And when it comes to those kind of stories that revolve around just really all that shit that we hear about every fucking day, and the political spectrum and the social things and all this stuff, it all ties back to politics, I feel. It just some way or another. Or if it doesn't tie, it is tied to it. They end up tying it to politics. But all that stuff, I try and stay away from it. Like there were actually a couple of stories that I was looking through when I was going through this week. I was like, oh, that looks interesting. Never mind, it went there. I don't want to get into that shit, man. And then we get enough of that shit every day, day in, day out. This is one that I touched on. There's actually another one that I'm not going to talk about that aspect of it, but the one we're going to talk about here in a minute, it's been talked about in that same realm. But I'm talking about another aspect of it. I'm not going there. But yeah, I don't like talking politics. I don't like talking religion and politics, man. They ain't got no place on my channel. That's why there's been a few movies actually I watched that I had every intention on reviewing that I did not because they were political. Some people might say, well, you reviewed Run, Hide, Fight. That was political. I don't believe that movie was political. I believe people are making it political. I don't believe it. There have been actually some movies that are political and or deal in that space. Not just a movie about politics. I mean, like you got like the West Wing kind of shit or something like that. No, not. I mean, stuff that is trying to be very real world, like talk about things that are in the zeitgeist right now. And I don't want to touch that. I don't want to go there. And it's not because my opinions don't align with yours or do align with theirs or with his or her. It ain't about that. It's because I've never put my personal, even in life, like at work, anywhere, I've always believed that my religious and political views are mine and only mine. It doesn't matter if we agree or not. I don't want to talk about it because there's nothing you're going to say that's going to change my mind. Nothing I'm going to say that's going to change your mind. So why don't we just have our views and move the fuck on? We can still be friends. That is something I remember. I was talking to a friend of mine a while back who he does. I mean, we share some things, but he has some different views than I do as well. But we're still friends. And I remember back in the day, man, you could have differing political views or even social views and things like that. I mean, I don't think anybody who was out there saying I'm a Nazi or something like that, I don't think those people were ever, welcomed with open arms. But, for the most part, people that had differing opinions on things, you could still be friends with, you could openly both talk about things and it was cool. Hey, I disagree with you on that. Hey, let's go out and get a beer. Nowadays you can't do that. Nowadays I disagree with you on that. Call in the troops. We're taking this motherfucker out. That shit's scary nowadays. For some people, I mean, there's people that live like, I bet they just live being in fear that anyone will ever figure out what they believe. I don't give a fuck. Anyway, took that kind of far, didn't I? Cancel culture is thought control. Greg, I agree. I mean, that is kind of where it's leading because cancel culture has become, I think it was, or at least it was proposed to be born of this kind of policing of really bad things, which anytime you put that kind of power in anybody's hands throughout history, man, it doesn't work. You put that kind of power of being able to just destroy people, it just doesn't, it ends up going to somebody's head. I think it was born of something of, or at least it was proposed as a good thing, but it's gotten out of control, and it is. It's kind of like, hey, if you don't agree with, and there's a crazy thing about it, is if you don't agree with whoever's canceling you, if you don't agree with what this group is saying or believes, then you're done. So yeah, it is kind of like either fall in line or get the fuck out. But those groups, all the groups, this is every last fucking one of them, their opinions and views on things on all sides, and I do believe there's more than two sides, but like in all sides, their views change just randomly. People's views are like, oh, this group believes that. Oh, nope. Now they believe. Oh, fuck. I don't fucking know, man. And honestly, that's because no two people's views on any one thing are ever going to align 100%. And I think that people live in a fantasy world where they think that they will. And that's where all that's coming from. Anyway. Super Guy said, you can have your own opinion as long as you agree with me. Yeah, Super Guy. Yeah, I agree. There you go. I'm glad we agree on that. It means I don't have to cancel you. Nope. It's what his opinion was. See, I like diversity. I like diversity of thought and not skin color. Yeah, I personally want to hear other people's ideas because you're never going to, if everybody has the same idea about things, then you're never going to be challenged to maybe think a different way and possibly take a different approach to something. You're always just, it's going to become, it's no longer an opinion, it's a fact. It's just how things are. That's what it is. Death and taxes. If there's never anybody there to challenge those ideals, then have a different idea and show that, hey, I got a different idea about this, then you won't ever think of it. Society will start to just think this is just how it is. I would say the fact of the matter is what you're saying now is enough to be canceled. Oh, I know. You either totally agree and walk their line in lockstep and you're their enemy. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I mean, people do get canceled for talking like that. I'm too small. People, ain't nobody trying to cancel me. It'd be kind of hard. I'd be like, hey, you're canceled. I mean, canceled from what? That's not to say I want somebody to. I mean, I don't want people to start attacking me, but I'm pretty fucking hard-headed. People did, I'd start to probably battle with them. I have to make myself not respond to shitty comments. I let most of them roll off me like water. Shitty comments don't bother me, actually. I find them funny. Ignorant-ass comments bother me. When people say dumbass shit, that's when I'm like, oh, I want to say something back. I can't tell you how many long replies to dumbass comments I've deleted and just kind of come to like terms with it and said, no, it's not worth it, dude. Move on. Unfortunately, different opinions in friendships now. I know, Hell Knight, exactly. If people would just shut their fucking mouths and not even talk about that stuff or not release that information, I think people would get along a lot better. I mean, I'd like to see an experiment. This will never happen, but like a group of people maybe that have like differing, just a mix of people that have all these different opinions and they can't say anything about that stuff. And they spend a long period, like an extended period of time together and like develop some relationships and become friends and things of that nature. And then after some extended period of time, maybe say, okay, now talk about these things, like open up about some of these things and see where you all stand and see how people receive that. See how people receive it when they know the person, when it's not just some fucking username on the other side of a screen that says, I feel this way, so you can just like have hate and vitriol towards that person. When you actually know the person, you have some sympathy and empathy towards them, and then you're like, oh, you disagree with me. I think people's opinions will be very different. I think they'll be different, but also if someone all of a sudden does say, oh, no, I can't do that. Yeah, I can't hang with you because of this. That's when I feel like the other person should be like, I mean, you liked me just a minute ago. What changed about me? You know, I'm still the same person. I just have a different view on something. It's okay. Oh, Ryan from What Were You Watching is here. What's up, Ryan? Let's see. Roy Man, Woman's Career. This is the woke scares. See the 1950s or how to behave and save your job, career, family. You're right, man. They had a similar thing. It comes up. And it's because we forget about that shit. You forget about your history, you're doomed to repeat it. Next thing you know, they'll be ruining Uwe Boll's career, said Ryan. I know, man. How dare they? They could never do that. You can't ruin Uwe Boll's career. He already fucking did. That's great, man. That was a great palate cleanser there. Thank you, Ryan. I appreciate that. I was sitting here thinking about, okay, I got to get out of this space here. We're going down a road. He needs to finish Winds of Winter, says Super Guy. Is that the name of the last Game of Thrones book? I haven't gotten there. I read the first 3.5. I just kind of fell out of it. I've seen the show. I was reading the books while I was watching the show. I watched the show like probably 2 years now, about 2 years ago. I like binged the whole thing. It was right around when the show ended, so I didn't have to wait for anything. And I read the books while I was watching the show. That was an interesting experience. And then I started getting ahead in the show, and I just kind of gave up on the books. That's backwards. He told us we could lock him up if he did not finish it by 2020. Grab your pitchforks. It's time to go, Ma. Oh, yeah, that must be the one. Okay, well, hey, if he said it, let's do that shit. I do wonder, because he actually finished that. He hasn't finished the last book. They went ahead and finished the show. I wonder how much, if people will like his version of the end of this Game of Thrones saga, if you will, than what they actually came up with. Probably from remembering the backlash of those final few episodes. Oh yeah, then they need to remake episode 8 of the show. Well, they're coming out with a prequel called House of Dragons or something like that. I don't know how involved he is with that. Whenever he doesn't work with his wife, he does good stuff. Stop working with your wife. Oh, you talking about Paul Anderson? I mean, well, yeah, I guess maybe you might have a point. No, I mean, you got to say the majority of that goes to Resident Evil, though. Like I said, take Resident Evil out of it. Because Resident Evil is very divisive. Happy wife, happy life. Right, Super Guy? You know, that's something that took me a while to learn. I don't always live by it, though, but I try to. I try to keep her happy. If you're watching, which I know you're not, but if you ever do come back and watch, love you, honey. Hope you're happy right now. She's in bed. True. Stuber, yeah, Greg, that's the one. Stuber. Didn't really care for that movie. Frank is here. Frank C. Graham. What's up, Frank? Facts. Why do people feel the need to throw their political and religious opinions in others' faces? I'll never understand it. You know, it's always been a thing, but the crazy thing is the political side of things. I mean, people were always passionate about it, but I didn't see it like breaking up so many friendships and just so much stuff until the past, I don't know, like 10 years. The past 10 years, it's just getting out of hand, and it's like growing and growing. Religious debates, those have always kind of been shaky. You got people that are, you know, they're like, whatever, believe what you want. Just keep to themselves. But then you do have some people that really take religious beliefs, and if you disagree, then you are just like, you're going to hell. Or you're going to wherever or whatever, you know. I don't agree. I don't agree with either. Very polarizing. Peace was a mistake, says Alvin Mason. Really? When did we get peace? I'm not one of those. I think that we more or less have peace, but yeah, there's definitely peace. Worldwide peace? World peace? No, not so much. When the left says, I want diversity, what they mean is I want diverse skin color who think exactly like me, not I want diverse thought. So you're actually being prejudiced of thought. That's true. I honestly, guys, I think that both sides, like I mentioned a minute ago, nobody can keep up with, like, on both the far sides of both. Because I know people from that like align hardcore with either side, and they're all good people. I mean, I don't think any of them are like crazy, insane, woke leftists or like a Nazi rightist or anything like that. They're just good people, you know. I mean, maybe they have these feelings and I don't know them or I don't know it, but I mean, I know people from both sides that are just, they're fine. They're cool people. Granted, I don't know any like far right or far left insane people because I think that on both sides. I think both sides are kind of nutty when it comes to the far side. That's why they're called far. But all of it, we need and I don't mean this whole great reset thing they're talking about, somehow to like reset shit. And I think that it will I think that's going to happen. Like I was talking a minute ago with the whole cancel culture thing, and then we're going to get off this political subject. But a minute ago, I do think it'll come full circle. Because all the people that are doing that shit, eventually that shit comes for you, man. Eventually, you wield that kind of power, eventually it bites you in the fucking ass. And I think when all that blows up like that in some way, that's when it'll kind of patter out, and maybe we'll get a little bit of a reset of some sorts. I could be totally fucking wrong, though. Who the hell am I? I think he ruined his own career. Who are we talking about? Paul Anderson? Oh, wait. I went way back, didn't I? I went way, way back. How many Bond movie... Hell Knight comes in with the... How many Bond movies do you remember? Spoiler alert. There are 24, hopefully soon to be 25 official Bond movies. Oh, man. How many do I remember? I don't know. I definitely remember, like, vividly everything since the 80s. All of those, like the Timothy Dalton on up, definitely. I saw those movies so many times. But, like, a lot of the Sean Connery and Roger Moore ones, I remember pretty good. Like, the famous ones, like Octopussy and Thunderball, and Thunderball, and Her Majesty's Secret Service. When you start getting to the older ones, it's been a while since I've seen those, so they... Octopussy I remember pretty vividly, but like some of the other ones, they get a little bit more foggy in my head. Do you think they will ever start doing the quick jump cutty editing? I'm sorry. Do you think that they... Hell Knight said, do you think that they will ever start doing the quick jump cutty editing again? You mean like will they start it again in movies? I think they still do it. I don't think it's as rampant as it was for a while there. It kind of became a thing. See, that's nowadays when you see that, that's usually them trying to... I think we talked about this before. You and I. They're trying to cover up the fact that they either bad effects, bad, fight choreography, or choreography in general, or they're trying to cover something up in most cases. That's that quick editing, or the fact that the person doing it is not the one doing it, stunt work that's not too hot, things like that. Like if you look at one of the Taken movies, maybe the first one. There's a part where Liam Neeson, which the guy's up there in age now, he comes up and he's supposed to do like this cool like flip or climbs a chain link fence, and he goes over it. If you look at it, it's just him climbing a fucking fence. It's something like 10 cuts in that one shot for him to just climb a fence. It's kind of crazy. But, yeah, they're covering that shit up. Do I think that they're going to go back to the way it was? No, because after, like, the Bourne Identity came out... Not the Bourne Identity. Yeah, it was. It was the first Bourne movie. That really made that whole shaky cam thing, which is actually handheld, is technically what it is. But what the Bourne Identity did was it took... The movie was handheld, and handheld is an art form as far as filmmaking goes, but most of the movie was fine. I mean, it moved with the characters and things like that, and the camera was constantly moving, but it wasn't shaky. It was shaky during fights, but it made sense when it was. Now, Paul Greengrass came along, and I think with the second one, there were a few times, maybe this is the third one. One of them, he went a little bit far with it, but it was never like insane, but it was a little bit too much. But it's mainly, if you look at like the first Bourne Identity, when that shaky cam thing came, and even with the second one, it shook to kind of like show like hits and stuff like that. It would be moving fast like this around them and kind of weaving in and out as they're doing this fight. But you'd see like the shake was more like when something would connect, and it just gave you that much more of a oomph. That's why Paul Greengrass and... I cannot remember the guy who made the first one. That's why those movies, it worked with those movies. But then people took it to all new levels. People that weren't creative with it, people that didn't know how to shoot that kind of filmmaking or that kind of camera style, they just took it and went crazy with it. And all of a sudden people thought, oh man, if you film an action scene and shake the camera a lot and do it handheld, it makes it look more kinetic. And no, there's more to it than that. Do I think it's going to come back like it did in the early to mid 2000s? No. Well, probably around the 2010s, I guess. No, it was the early 2000s, early 2010s. I don't think it's going to come back in that regard. But hell, then you watch something like Resident Evil: The Final Cut. Not the Final Cut. That's what they should call the director's cut of that movie, if there is one that exists. The final chapter. And it had terrible editing. It wasn't so much shaky cam. It was just fucking edited so jumpy. It was so terrible. I fucking hated it. I like that series. I fucking hated that movie. Super Guy said, last book was A Dance with Dragons. Ends with the death of... I'm not going to read that. In case anybody's listening who's not reading. I don't want to spoil it. He does die. That's right. I forgot. Last book in the collection of 5 books, A Song of Ice and Fire. New collection starts with Winds of Winter. Oh, okay. I mean, I remember in the show when that character died, and then... what happened on the show, at least. I don't know. Will the book do that? I guess that didn't happen in the books. Okay, so everything from that point on in the show was made for the show. Okay. Helldight said, we're going to read these two comments. I'm going to get started with these last two stories. Hell Knight said, I think it's kind of a blessing to be friends with a person who has a different opinion because the way of something can be because their view of something can be interesting. Exactly. That's what I'm talking about, man. I don't want to talk to somebody. Why would I want to talk about something with someone who has the exact same opinion as me? I want to talk with people. I mean, I don't necessarily want to. I mean, at times I want to talk to somebody who has a polar exact opposite opinion. But I like people to have their own fucking opinion on things. Like, I could never have... My wife, she will always give me her opinion, by the way. She is a feisty one. But I would not want to be involved with someone who is just like, always, yes, whatever you want. It's whatever you want. That would drive me fucking crazy. Have a fucking opinion. Speak your goddamn mind. Say something. Be your own person. Don't say whatever you think I want to hear. Because I want to hear your opinion. That's what the fuck I want to hear. I want to hear what you have to say about it. Not what I think. That's just me, though. The only time quick cutting works is when it shows you more and not hide stuff. What I'm trying to say is that it shows you more really fast with editing. Yeah, I mean, quick editing can definitely work, but I think that it's been misused in Hollywood movies or not just in movies in general over the past decade. But admittedly, it has kind of slackened. People have stopped using it as much. Except for Liam Neeson movies, they still use it a lot because he's just so fucking old. Probably to get him to like walk across a parking lot is a chore. So they're like, okay, we got to have 24 cuts to get him to walk like 20 feet across this parking lot or run. All right. Here we go. What did I just come off of? Okay. I forgot what the last story was. Oh, yeah, there it is. So coming off of that, good news for J.R.R. Martin fans. Not J.R.R. Martin. That would be J.R.R. Tolkien. George R.R. Martin fans. Coming off of that good news, we got what I consider some of the, and not for the reason some of you may be thinking, some of the worst news I got all week, at least. I was really kind of like, oh, man. And anybody who's followed my channel for any amount of time or watched my videos concerning this particular person knows why. I am, well, let's jump into it, and then I'll talk about what I am. But I'm talking about they're rebooting something, and I just don't get it, man. Superman, a.k.a. Man of Steel, is being remade. They're remaking... What the fuck? Why are they doing this? Let's get into this story real quick, and then we'll talk about it. I'm going to butcher this name, by the way. Ta-Nehisi Coates, author of Between the World and Me, and We Were 8 Years in Power, is writing a new Superman movie. While the project is still early in the development phase, J.J. Abrams will produce under his Bad Robot shingle with Hannah Mingolia serving as producer. Warner's is keeping plot details under wraps, and no director or lead actor is yet attached. Go a little bit further with Coates wrote in a statement given to Shadow and Act, I look forward to meaningfully adding to the legacy of America's most iconic mythic hero. For those of you that are not familiar with this gentleman who is writing this, I wasn't. Coates is a renowned essayist, journalist, and writer of fiction and nonfiction. Between the World and Me won the National Book Award in 2015 and won a MacArthur Genesis grant the same year. Superman will not be his first foray into the superhero space, as he has written Black Panther and Captain America series for Marvel Comics. And here's the part that, some of that, we'll get to it because there's been a lot of stuff people talking about this story as a whole, and there's been a lot of different takes and a lot of things that people, really two things that people are bothered by, and we're going to talk about one aspect of it, not the other. Last part here, while no actor has been tapped to play Kal-El, aka Clark Kent, aka Superman, the exciting move to hire Coates has many on social media speculating if Warner Brothers will reimagine the iconic superhero as black. A statement from Warner Brothers head Toby Emmerich hints at the possibility, suggesting Coates will have full creative freedom. Okay. Now this story, it actually broke earlier, I think later last week. And, you know, this show doesn't come out until Tuesday, so I didn't cover it until now. A lot of people have been talking about it, and one of the main aspects they've been talking about is this gentleman who's writing it, Coates, Ta-Nehisi Coates, and hopefully, if I'm butchering that, by the way, sorry, I'm terrible with names. Coming on and having full creative control, and apparently some of his previous works and its content, and where they think they're going with it, whether Superman should be, needs to be, could be, would be a black Superman now, whether I would say, here's what I say on that, and because that's not what we're talking about here today. We're not talking about that aspect of it. That's a discussion I just don't want to get into, but there is something I do want to get into with this story. As far as like Superman being black or not, I honestly don't care. Yes, he's traditionally always been a white character, but I'm not opposed to a black man playing Superman. I just want the right person playing it. I wouldn't want a studio going out and saying we're only going to talk to any race for the character. I wanted to just open it up and say, okay, if they're screening for Superman and Clark Kent and all that, for this character, for any character, I think that they should just talk to people, talk to the best actors, the ones they think, if they have some in mind. And regardless of what their race is, just go with that one. Hire the best one who's for it. And if it's a black guy, great. If it's a white guy, great. I mean, even if it's an Asian guy, whatever. Or if it's an Indian guy, or however, whoever's the best for the role. That's what I'm saying. Whoever's best for it. However, now we're going to get into my problem. My big problem with it. My problem, all that stuff aside. My problem with this is not who's writing it, what they're going to do with the character, if he's going to be black or if he's going to be white, or if all the... My problem is, why the fuck are you rebooting Superman? Superman does not need to be rebooted. You want to write a new Superman story? Go for it. You had the perfect fucking Superman in this amazing specimen right here. I've mentioned many times on my channel, I am a married individual to a beautiful wife, and I am a heterosexual man. However, if I was to ever go gay, this would be the one. This is my man crush, and he is Superman and will always be my Superman. What the fuck are they thinking? Henry Cavill is like the most perfect he's the only Superman to take the perfect Superman title from Christopher Reeves. And we never thought anybody would, but he is perfect. He is Superman. And he wants to continue to be Superman. He's been saying, I'm ready to put the cape back on. I want to jump back into it. Let's make another Man of Steel 2, or further the story somewhere else. Why are you doing this? Even if you don't give it to Zack Snyder or whatever, if you take it a bit of a different direction, fine. But why? You have an established Superman that universally pretty much everybody likes. Not everybody loves all the movies he's been in, but I think one of the general consensus has been Henry Cavill is a great fucking Superman. Why take that away? Your fans are happy with what they got. They just want you to give them good stories. Add to that, Zack Snyder's Justice League, which Superman is a big part of, comes out in 2 weeks, give or take, less than a month. That is potentially going to stoke that Superman fire. It is potentially going to stoke that DC fire. And the Henry Cavill Superman, the Man of Steel, it's going to bring that back into the forefront of everyone's mind again, possibly, if it's good. If it's good, people might start yelling for, I want another Superman. I want that Superman. And when people say, I want another Superman after seeing that movie, they're not going to say, I want another Superman like a different Superman. I want that Superman because I really like what I saw here. Hopefully, Snyder Cut's great and just that redeeming movie that we're all hoping it will be. And that's what happens. I just don't get why I don't care that this guy's writing it. I don't know his work. I can't say. I don't want any of the movies I watch, especially superhero movies and all that, to get all political. And I know people have talked about the political and social stuff and all that. They're afraid that that's going to get mixed into it. No, I don't want that. I'm not saying this guy will do that. I am not familiar with his work. I do not know. Let him write it. Have him write it. Maybe he's a great, wonderful writer. Fine. But why get rid of Henry Cavill? Why? I just hope something here changes. Thankfully, no one has been cast yet. And when I say why get rid of Henry Cavill, that's not me like secretly being like, I don't want it to be a black guy, so I want it to stay Henry Cavill. Please don't make Superman a black guy. Please nobody take that out of context, by the way, and like post that somewhere. No, I don't care what color Superman is. What I care about is that we have a great fucking Superman. Yes, he happens to be white, but he is fucking Superman, man. You know what I mean? I don't know of anybody who says, man, Henry Cavill sucks as Superman. Everybody, I mean, the movies might. A lot of people say Justice League sucks, but everybody likes Henry Cavill. What the fuck? Why are we getting rid of this guy? And the crazy thing is he wants to do it. So I just don't get it. I do think that it might be kind of a play with them trying to kind of wipe that slate clean with the whole Zack Snyder DC universe of things, which makes me wonder, what about Aquaman? He's still part of that. We got Aquaman 2 coming. After that, is Aquaman just done? The Flash movie supposedly is still being worked on or being made. I don't know. They just cast a new Supergirl for that movie. So apparently that's being made. Is Ezra Miller part of it? I really don't know. I believe that one when I see it. I don't know. What are they doing? Because they were kind of finally taking all these movies. They wanted to have this extended related universe. They were doing it. It was happening. They kind of forced some of it, and they got Suicide Squad and all that, but they got the Suicide Squad coming out soon from James Gunn. Hopefully it will be good. They were headed in some good directions. They've had some missteps, but they were headed in the right direction. They got some goodwill with the Snyder Cut coming. Aquaman hopefully will be a good time. Flash, whenever it comes out in 2049, maybe it'll be good. We don't know. But you've got some momentum here that's about to build some more if this movie that's releasing in a few weeks is good. Why change it all up now? I mean, if the Snyder Cut came out and it bombs, it's just awful, and everybody's like, that wasn't worth it. That was a hunk of shit. Fuck this movie. And then they release this story, I'd be like, all right, I get it. I mean, they just kind of took that last bastion of hope for those characters and kind of shit all over them. I mean, Henry Cavill may be a great Superman, but I get why they're doing it right now. I don't get why they're doing it right now, though. Why wait? See what the Snyder Cut does. See if it turns out great. See if it sparks more of an interest in these characters in this universe, this particular universe of DC that people want. I don't get it. This boggles my fucking mind. And I know that this story has also sparked a whole lot of other controversy from people concerning the other things I mentioned there in the beginning. I'm not even going into that. That's a fucking trap I'm not putting my foot into. But and once again, I don't know enough about it. I don't know this guy. I don't know enough about this guy to sit here and make judgments about what he's going to do and how he's going to write it. I don't know his previous work. I know what some people have said, but fuck that. I don't listen to what everybody says. I do my own research, and I haven't done it on this guy. I mean, who knows? When we'll get closer to time, I'll do research and be like, oh, hell no, this guy's terrible. I might be he's a great writer. I don't know. But I want him to keep the politics and social shit out of my superhero movies. I know that much. So if they can do that, I don't give a fuck what he's written in the past. If he can do that and make a good Superman movie, I'm okay with him writing it. Just fucking keep Henry Cavill, man. This shit was the worst news I got this week. See that's how I feel. I feel just like that. Look at him. Perfect fucking Superman. the hell were you guys thinking? I don't know. What's everybody? What do you guys think about it? Is anybody else irritated by this? By this side of it? Not the other side of it, but the fact that Henry Cavill is not going to be our Superman again. What the hell? Don't worry, Henry, you'll always be my Superman. Always. I'll watch that motherfucker build PCs online all day, every day, goddammit. Moving on to the next story. So, last story of the night. We're going to go out with something I thought was pretty cool. I thought this was a fun story, and whether it happens or not, I don't know. It seems like it is going to happen. Whether it is all that it's been built up to be, we'll see. But I like the gusto that they're going into this thing with. I love it. I love the badassery, the balls that they had to just throw this out there. And that's what really made me want to comment on it. And we're gonna talk about something that's come up here recently. We're gonna talk about Blade. But not just Blade. We're gonna talk about something that's been labeled the Blade Killer. Let's jump right into this story real quick. This is Wesley Snipes. He says after Disney and Marvel announced in 2019 that Mahershala Ali was joining the Marvel Cinematic Universe as Blade, original Blade star Wesley Snipes issued a statement saying he was comfortable with the MCU rebooting the beloved comic book character. Now, while Snipes is comfortable with the MCU tackling Blade, it doesn't change the fact that he is taking matters into his own hands by developing a new supernatural action film that he's nicknamed The Blade Killer. In his word, meaning it will outdo the Blade films in every way. His statement goes as, I don't have any involvement, but I support the young artists and support Marvel in their business decisions, Snipe told Uproxx. It's a beautiful thing. Mahershala Ali has got a heck of a job on his hands. It's weird. I did a Christopher Walken pause there. But anyway, he's saying, sure, Marvel, go ahead. It's your property. He has no right to it anyway. He can't do anything about it. But he's giving his blessing. He's saying, go ahead, Ali, make a great one. Got a hell of a job on your hands moving forward. He says, Snipes said of making the original Blade trilogy, we were white belts then. Wait until you see now what we do as black belts, alluding to the new action movie that is going to smoke all that Blade stuff. In his words. What is the project? This is in Snipes' words as well. What is the project? It's what we call our Blade Killer. Our Blade on steroids, Snipes said. And we set our characters in a world of shapeshifters and with a little bit of time travel. But the action is going to be, well, we did white belt action in Blade. Now we're doing black belt action. He doesn't really give a lot. Talking about shapeshifters and time travel and just really talking about how they're badasses and they're going to be some bad motherfuckers this time around. And I like it, man. I like it. Because Wesley Snipes, much like I was talking about Henry Cavill as Superman earlier, I mean, Mahershala Ali may come out and be Blade, and I might be like, yeah, he's my Blade now. But as of the moment, Wesley Snipes is Blade. In my mind, he will always be Blade. And even if Mahershala Ali comes out and his Blade is great, which I have concerns about for sure. We'll see. I have concerns about the MCU overall, but I do have concerns about this Blade movie. We'll see what they do with it. I will reserve any complaints or any judgments of that movie until I actually put my own eyes on it. But what I do know, and I don't have to reserve anything for, is that Blade 1 and 2 are awesome. Blade Trinity, not so much. But Blade 1 and 2 are awesome. And I really like the gusto they got here. That he's saying, sure, go ahead and make Blade. Go ahead and make another Blade. Do what I did, but you ain't going to do it as well. Not only that, I'm going to make something that's even better, and it's going to fuck your movie up. I like that. That's like, I like that kind of gusto and that kind of just like go get 'em attitude. I think that's really good. It doesn't really tell us much. I mean, he's got shapeshifters, and there's a little bit of time travel, and they're going to be some badasses. About it. I imagine it's going to have some similarities to Blade because he is calling it his Blade Killer. Hopefully it's not just another fucking Daywalker vampire killer or something like that. Or maybe a Daywalker shapeshifter killer or something. I hope it's not it differentiates itself enough from Blade, but we at the same time see, I see, okay, yeah, it's supernatural, badassery like fights and stuff like that, but not Blade. I'd be okay with that. We don't get much more on it. Like I said, this was a very early story. From the hearing them talk, I don't think they've even started on it or anything. But I wouldn't be surprised if he's going to push for this thing to be released at least around the same time as the MCU Blade movie. And I'll admit, I am interested to see what are they going to do with the MCU's Blade. Is it going to be PG-13? R? I mean, because the two good Blade movies are rated R. Blade's content is R-rated. That's not to say they can't do it PG-13. I mean, the third Blade movie was originally PG-13, and it suffered, by the way. But that wasn't the only reason. And MCU has been fairly gun-shy with rated R movies, and they do kind of have like an image that they're going for. There's been talk about rated R movies with like Deadpool and whatnot. We'll see what they do with Blade. Blade was a little bit further along when all that happened, though, so I'm wondering if Blade is already kind of set in stone as a more PG-13 movie. We'll see, man. I don't know. But I am really interested. And while, like I said, I do have an interest, I'm not like hyped for it, and I am skeptical. I'm going to watch the new Blade movie because I like the character, and I'll take it from there. But I'm really kind of excited to see what the hell Snipes is talking about. I want to see what this badass black belt Blade shapeshifter time-traveling badass is all about. I want to see it. I hope this isn't some like cheapo made movie though. I hope there's some money behind it, I hope its quality is up there. And he does talk more about in the article. That's one of the things he talks about, the things that we could do back then, or the things we can do now we just couldn't do back then. And the tools we have at our disposal are so much more. We can do so much more and now than we could then. So I'm excited to see what he's talking about. It makes it sound as if it's not going to have just like some shit budget or something. Because in order for him to stand up to something like Blade, an MCU movie, he's going to have a substantial amount of something going on there. That's not to say a good movie can't be made on a lower budget, but he is trying to compete. He's trying to take an action-heavy supernatural movie and compete with another one, which is really big, big budgeted. So he's going to have to at least pony up some money to do that. We'll see. I don't even know when the MCU's Blade's coming out. I imagine in the next year or so. So we'll probably see this around that time too. I'm eagerly looking forward to this. Hopefully he's not just blowing smoke out of his ass and this is actually going to materialize into something. I really just hope it's just stone cold badassery, like just a badass Wesley Snipes, pretty much Blade in a different type of I want it to be a different story, but that same kind of badassery that came from the first two movies. I really want that. And I don't know. I don't, is the MCU, can they do that kind of badassery? Can they uphold that? I mean, we'll find out, but we know that Wesley Snipes can with Blade, so hopefully we'll see that again with this his Blade killer that's coming sometime. Hopefully, maybe. Either way, I'm looking forward to it. All right, so before we jump into these trailers, these two short trailers I got, and we end this show up, let me see what you guys have been over here talking about one last time. Actually, before I do that, I'll be right back. Give me 30 seconds.
Okay. Oh, by the way, I meant to tell some of you that are in here. There's only a few of you left in here. That's cool. I have a merch store now on Spring, formerly known as Teespring. I have a shirt. Let's see if you. There it is. It's my new logo. I have some other designs that will be coming. There's a shirt and a hoodie on there right now, I think. So I had a couple of people. It's not like a lot of people, but I had a few people recommend it, or not recommend it, request it. And so put that out there. I don't know if anybody wants to wear something with my fucking name on it, but I have some other things coming with some actual designs and things like that. But those will be coming soon at some point. As soon as I can like put them together and design them. I actually had one all made up and everything with logo and stuff like that, and apparently one of the pictures I had in the layer was not high quality enough and it wouldn't let me do it. But I have shirts now, shirts and hoodies. Check them out. There's more coming. I'll be putting like a link or something. I think on my Twitter there's a link to it now. But I think if you just search Jacob Anders Reviews on the Spring website, hopefully it'll show up. I don't know. I'm kind of learning that website. And so, yeah, anybody who's interested in that kind of thing. If you're not, I ain't hurt. I get it. I want to walk around with this thing. But I like it. It's kind of neat. I felt kind of weird making it, though. I ain't going to lie. Putting my name and stuff like that on a shirt. Okay, so let's see here. Oh, lots of talk about Superman. Maybe I think it's kind of blessing. Okay. Quantum of Solace used quick editing well. Oh, there's Hell Knight with Quantum of Solace. That's that movie that you're like always campaigning. Quantum of Solace was not as bad as everybody says. I agree, it wasn't as bad as everybody says. But yeah, you bring up Quantum of Solace all the time. Hell yeah, man. Die on that fucking hill. Well Taken 2 and 3 were directed by the guy who did Transporter 3. 2 and 3. What was I talking about? What was I talking about there? I can't remember what I said 5 minutes ago, much less that long ago. All right, I'm looking at this cat who's sitting on an edge of my regular desk chair. Don't jump over here. If you do, it's going to be catastrophic. Catastrophic. I tried to make a joke and I fucked it up. I'll punch you midair. Okay, good. You went the other way. Good idea. Anywho. What were they remaking? Why were they remaking Man of Steel? Man of Steel is basically a remake of Superman 2. True. It's kind of a mix of Superman 1 and 2. Superguy said it is pronounced Tahanasi coats? Tahanasi. Tahanasi. I don't know. Man, I'm terrible for fucking names. I caught shit about that when I was trying to pronounce a Russian name in a video review one time, and I kind of was just like, I'm sorry, I can't do it. Somebody wrote me a nasty comment saying I was like some type of American, like, social, I don't know. They were saying some shit just because I couldn't pronounce a name. I was like, no, dude, it ain't nothing like that. Superiority, that I had American superiority, I wouldn't do this. And I was like, I just couldn't pronounce a name. I'm just really fucking bad with pronouncing names. I have a long history of that shit, man. Superguy said he does not like USA. I am sad for the last son of Krypton's future in film. Oh, well, that's not good. Obviously, it couldn't have been the writing or the execution of Superman that was wrong. It must have been the actor. Oh, okay. I was like, what? Are you talking about Henry Cavill? No, I get what you're saying. I see what you're saying now. I read your sarcasm there, buddy. Hell Knight, sorry, but I prefer Christopher Reeve. But I like Henry Cavill. Christopher Reeve's great, man. Christopher Reeve is great. But, man, I ain't never going to forget Superman 4, The Quest for Peace. I ain't going to forget it. I love you, Christopher Reeve. But that's a hard one to swallow. And Superman 3 wasn't that easy to swallow either. Even with Richard Pryor.
But no, I do. Christopher Reeve still is, even with Henry Cavill, a great Superman. But man, I really like Henry Cavill as Superman. Oddly enough, I didn't. Well, I did. Even when I first saw Man of Steel, I didn't love it. I thought it was okay. I thought the end was too much. I thought it was just like nonstop. I was like, God damn, slow the fuck down. There's just too much going on all at once. It's one of those movies that I learned to love over time, and I really enjoy Man of Steel now. I liked the first half of it when I first saw it, but then the second half I was kind of, right. But I did always like Henry Cavill as Superman. I thought he was really good. And over the years, I just like Henry Cavill himself. He seems like one of those genuinely good people. Sir, I do hear Henry Cavill is hard to work with. Oh, really? I thought he was a good person. It will have an SJW message. I hope not, Greg. I mean, that's what a lot of people are saying, but I hope not. We get enough of that in day-to-day life. I don't need it in my movies. Christopher Reeve is my Superman, says Super Guy. I like the look of Cavill, and I think he can do a great portrayal if he's not if he's not hung down by the tone of the story. Yeah, and though, Zack Snyder's DCEU universe definitely had a darker tone than something like the Marvel universe. It was a darker thing, which I find is weird because people really rode those movies for their like dark, brooding kind of darker tone. But then when like they released a brighter tone version of it with Justice League, everybody fucking hated it because that's what Justice League was ultimately, is they took this darker universe and tried to make an MCU bright. They even hired fucking the guy, Joss Whedon, who directed the Avengers. They tried to make the Avengers out of Justice League, and it's just not the same tone of films. I think that's another one. I think all those movies, none of them are movies that you like right out the gate. They're movies that over time you like them. Some of them, not all of them. Like what was it? I mentioned a minute ago, Suicide Squad. It's a movie that I actually disliked the more I watched it. I've only seen it a few times, but each time I'm like, oh man, this is not. I remember this part being better, and it's not. Don't pretend that it won't. I hope it doesn't, but I've heard a lot of stuff saying that it could potentially have that because of what the guy's written in the past, but we'll just have to wait and see. They already have a black Superman. His name is John Henry Irons. Yes, sir. And Shaq, didn't he always call himself Superman? Exactly, Super Guy. Cavill will be a great Superman with the right tone. It honestly feels like pandering because Henry Cavill has yet to really prove himself, so why reboot again? As far as we know, ridiculous. I agree, Frank. I still think the Snyder Cut is going to be a much better than the theatrical cut. I think it will be I think it will be better than the theatrical cut for sure. I think if nothing else, the story will be more cohesive and it will make more sense. And I just think it'll be better. How much better is the question. I like what I've seen. I'm interested to see. It seems like there's just a lot more going on there, but it's 4 hours long. I love the Lord of the Rings. Those are my favorite films ever made. And I'll watch the extended editions back to back to back. Nonstop. So I don't mind sitting down for a marathon. But for a 4-hour movie, it better be good. Because I will finish it. Because I'll have to review it. But I really don't want to get like a quarter of the way into it and be like, oh shit, we were wrong. It's bad. How much longer do I get? Oh fuck. 3 more hours. I don't think it's going to be bad. I truly don't. I don't think it's going to be bad. I'm just wondering of how good will it be? How much better will it be, rather? Find out in about 2 weeks. The Flash movie will continue to be worked on and never stop. This is the way, says Super Guy. I agree. They've been talking about that movie forever. Greg said, yeah, Shaquille O'Neal was Black Superman. Exactly. He was also Steel. Anybody remember that movie? If not, don't feel bad. It's okay. It's probably better that you don't remember it. Greg said, ironically, the Flash movies very slow to come out. Right? Yeah, you're right. We got a fucking Aquaman movie before the Flash movie. A fucking Aquaman movie, which I really liked, by the way. I was like, wow, they made Aquaman work. But a fucking Aquaman movie before the Flash. How did that happen? Super Guy said Coates will be sure to put politics in everything he writes. That's unfortunate. I mean, my understanding is that that's how his writing has been so far. I don't know, man. Maybe somebody will keep him in check. I don't know. I don't know. They were saying he has complete creative control, so we'll see. Rock Johnson will bring him back for the Black Adam movie. That's right. Yeah, they got the Black Adam movie coming, and Black Adam is going to be connected to the Shazam movie. And while Henry Cavill was not in the Shazam movie, his character did cameo just his chest down in the movie, and he's referenced a lot, so he could always show up there. That'd be great. I would love that, because I enjoyed Shazam. Rated R Blade movie, please, says Super Guy. Yes, Blade needs to be rated R. I mean, it's about vampires and like hunting them and destroy. I mean, yeah, sure, you can make anything PG-13, but that's not what it should be. I feel like they'd be prohibited there in some ways. And Greg said, nope, not going to happen. You'll get a PG-13 and like it. Probably. I wouldn't be surprised. I will be very surprised if it's not PG-13. With the talks of Deadpool coming into the MCU, well, now that it is technically owned by them, and they are going to release a Deadpool, I think there's a good chance that Deadpool might be rated R, because I think that they have to see that if we release Deadpool as PG-13 and not rated R, that's going to just be a big mistake. But I mean, Disney's made worse mistakes, so it could happen. And they're pretty fucking ballsy, man. Disney is pretty fucking ballsy. They think I can do what the fuck I want. I will give Feige, the guy in charge of Marvel side of Disney, that much. I don't agree with every decision he's made, but he seems to, I mean, he's got his head in his ass in a few situations. He seems to not have his head quite as far up his ass as some of the other Disney types do. Super Guy said, I know, but I want it. Greg said it should be called Butter Knife. Yes. Wesley Snipes' Blade, no question. Agreed, Hell Knight. As long as the Blade remake reboot is better than Blade Trinity, then I won't hate it. Yeah, see, there you go. Even if it is PG-13, I won't like it, and I'm going to talk shit about it. But if it's better than Trinity, because Trinity was PG-13, so if it's better than Trinity, I'm okay with it. Trinity was a mess, but Trinity is one of those movies that I know I've mentioned on here before. Just look up the behind-the-scenes stuff that happened with that movie. It's fucking epic. It's great. That's more entertaining than the actual movie we got. He'll be a shade walker. A shade walker? He has to hop in all the areas with shadows during the day. You might be onto something, Greg. Sold, says Super Guy. It's bound to be at least better than Trinity. That movie is terrible, said Frank. Oh, man, I lost my place. Here we go. Old Man Blade like Logan. Yeah, that could be cool. Morgan Freeman could play Blade. I don't know. Wesley Snipes is not getting any younger. He might be able to do it eventually. I don't think Blade can... Yeah, well... I think he ages... Yeah, like Super Guy. He ages real slow. He can age because... I mean, he started out as a baby. He ages to a degree. I just don't know how slow is that he ages. Did he get to a certain age and then just kind of stop aging? Because he's been a vampire since he was a baby. Looks like Genesis logo. It is. That is the Genesis logo. I made that by hand. That's the Genesis logo with the whenever they would have something extra to say under it. Because I made it, and the actual Genesis logo itself. Let me go this way. I was like, oh shit, I can't fit in the reviews in there. So I was looking at some of my old, I got some Genesis boxes, and some of them have the classics thing, or some of them say 16-bit and all that under there. I said, oh, I'll just add that on there, and that's where I'll put the reviews. Set in the far future? Yeah, it could be. Hell, I said, oh, Jacob, did you delete my comment, or did I do that on accident? What comment? I haven't deleted any comment. I don't delete comments. You can be a raging shithead in here. I won't delete your comment. I might ask you to leave, but I'm not one to censor stuff. I don't censor anything. I don't give a fuck what somebody says. I won't censor it. Now, that don't mean get crazy. I mean, I might kick somebody out. I've got moderators in here. I will ask one of them to cordially ask you to leave the building. I don't think any of you like that, though. If I deleted something by I certainly didn't mean to. I don't know how I did it. I don't think I did. Frank says, recommendation. If you guys enjoy incredibly done martial arts and raw brutality, watch the show Warrior. It's based on Bruce Lee's writings. I think I heard, isn't that a new show? A newer show? I think I heard of that. Another one, maybe not realistic. Watching in the past month or two. I watch shows kind of slow sometimes. I usually have an ongoing show that I'll watch just when I ain't got nothing else to do, which is rare. But there's a show, it came on AMC that I'm watching on Netflix called Into the Badlands. That's a pretty cool show. I'm on the 3rd season now, and it's kind of... I'm hoping it picks up some more steam, but it's been really cool up to that part. It's got Nick Frost is in it, which I wasn't expecting that, but it's got is it Donnie Yu? Not Donnie Yu. Is it Donnie Yu? Or Donnie Woo? I can't remember his name. But it's a really cool show. It's post-apocalyptic, and it's just pretty neat. I enjoy it. It's got some pretty cool, real violent fights in it. Does it say deleted or retracted? I don't even see. Oh, yeah. There it says message retracted. I see it now. Oh, wait. I don't know who did that. Ben hooked on it and wanted to share it. All right, Frank. Well, I'll definitely look into that. And someone removed it, either a mod or... It wasn't me. What mods do I have in here right now? Antonio, I think you're a mod. You deleting people's shit? Slow down, you had it. Or maybe something's automated. Yeah, when it comes to automated stuff, I don't purposely censor anything, but I do know that YouTube has censored my comments on my own videos before. It's I've responded to someone's comment before, or just put a comment on my own video referencing everything, and if I put the wrong thing in there, YouTube has removed my own comment in my own fucking video. I'm like, what the fuck? That should be you shouldn't be able to do that. I learned to love the world is not enough. Is that the one where he rides that big wave in the beginning? You can look up Daily Show interview to hear his name pronounced. Oh, the guy? Yeah. Grad Randolph does mention many times how Henry Cavill is difficult behind the scenes, and that's why they want him out. Not sure if it's 100%, but still good to think about. Oh, I didn't know that. I hadn't heard that before. I mean, I guess I haven't heard that he's great to work with, but I don't know. He's just the guy always seems really nice, and all the interactions. I only hear people say good things about him, but if people were saying he's hard to work with, I wonder if that was just one particular show or movie he was on, and maybe there was some other stuff going on. I don't know. We hate to see the ones that we love be assholes. So will it be a 4-hour long single video, or will it be broken up into parts and released weeks apart? It's going to be one single video. They were talking about that originally, how it was going to be broken up into possibly 4 parts. Snyder came on and said, nope, one movie. It is a single movie. The Grace Randolph versus Henry Cavill stuff seems like hot air. Everyone else says he's a really nice guy. Some would say a super guy. This coming from Super Guy. Maybe Super Guy is Henry Cavill. In disguise. Frank said, that was good. What is the most overrated action movie? Ooh. Mission Impossible 1 is overrated, says Hell Knight. I don't know if Mission Impossible 1's overrated anymore. I don't know many people that really say Mission Impossible is all that great. There's people that say they like it, it's good. And I think it got a bit of an resurgence over the years. When it first came out, most people didn't really think it was that great. From what I remember, I mean, my ear wasn't like totally to the ground, but I remember when it came out, and I remember going to see it. I didn't really love it. I liked it better when I got older. I remember that. Overrated action movie, though? I'd have to think about that. Probably. Yeah. Okay, I like this movie, but I do think it's overrated. I understand why it was overrated, and I don't think it's necessarily as overrated now. I think it's just overrated now because it was so big, and it's Endgame. I think Endgame's really overrated. Now, I understand why it is, because it was like this. They built the hype train up to that thing up great, and it was a culmination of like 10, 11 years worth of stuff. And they did a really good job with that, and it was in the moment. It was like, yeah, but then afterwards, I'm like, I mean, it was good. It was a really good movie, but it's definitely overhyped. Do I think that should have been the highest grossing film of all time? No. The sad thing is that the way that theaters are now, and probably the way they're going to be for quite some time, it's probably going to be a really long time unless they figure out how much movies are like making, grossing, and they work that in from like being on these VOD and streaming services. It's going to be a long time, if anything ever technically dethrones that movie. Because I just don't think that movies are going to be released the same way anymore moving forward. I don't know if people are going to go totally back to that. Like, if all the theaters open back up tomorrow, maybe, but it'd be difficult. Man, people have seen, I can sit at home and watch these same movies, and there's people that just would prefer doing that, and they like the option. So, The World Is Not Enough has Denise Richards in it. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, she was Christmas Jones. That's the one where he rides that big fucking fake looking tidal wave in the beginning, and the guy has like the diamonds in his face, I think. That one's like goofy fun. It's like 1960s James Bond. Skyfall is a little overrated. I thought Skyfall was going to be overrated too, but then I watched it, and I did think Skyfall was really good. Yeah, I'd go, it's a little overrated, yeah. I'd say it's a little overrated, but it was still good. Okay. So let's get into this last two parts here. The trailer section. Oops. All right, so that will do it for the news this week. The only other thing I got is, per usual, I got two trailers I want to take a look at. One is one that just kind of came out of nowhere, and really, in looking at it, I think this movie's already out overseas, but we're just getting a release over here shortly, and the trailer just came out. It's got some actors in it that I really like, and I haven't seen the trailer yet, but just the little thumbnail of it intrigued me. I want to check it out. Might be terrible. We'll find out here in a minute. The other one is actually one that was recommended to me from one of my viewers, and we'll look at that one first, actually. And that viewer would be, pull their name up here. Don't want to botch the name. Okay. So yeah, this first trailer is recommended to me from one of my viewers. It is called The Lady of Heaven, and apparently this is coming out this year in 2021. I don't believe it's out yet. I don't believe, at least not here in the States. I haven't heard of it. It is in English, it says. I don't know anything about this movie, but it was recommended to me by one of my viewers, Man of Goodwill. So, Mr. or Mrs., I assume Mr. because it says man, username Man of Goodwill, recommended this movie, asked 2 or 3 times in different comment sections if I would do a trailer reaction to the Lady of Heaven trailer. So, yes, here you go. Man of Goodwill. Let's take a look at this trailer.
So here is the trailer at the request of Man of Goodwill, The Lady of Heaven 2021. Okay. So this is in Syria, I guess. Wonder if this is going to be a political type flick. Enlightened Kingdom. Never heard of them. Oh, it's going to be like... Is she like telling a story that's Princess Bride style? Probably more serious, though. It's like a religious movie, maybe? Damn. Oh, is this like the frogs raining and all that? So this is going to take place in a bunch of different time periods, apparently. Looks really good. I like the look of the film. That's the CGI rocks looks a little suspect, but everything else looks real good. Lady of Heaven. Okay. So yeah, the I mean, it looked interesting. I'm assuming because it said, I don't think it said based on a true story, but it said based on, I can't remember the exact verbiage, but it was the untold story or something. So I'm assuming it's based on at least some story, some type of history. I'm not super familiar with everything it was going on. I'm not super familiar with like biblical stuff to begin with. I'm not as learned as some in that. I like those types of movies though, like Ben-Hur, one of my favorite movies. I saw they mentioned Muhammad, and it had this woman, the lady in heaven. I guess she's of some significance. I don't mean any offense to anyone if I should know that, but I mean, it looked good. It had really, once again, I'm not familiar with the story. I would be willing to watch it for sure. I don't know when it's coming out. It doesn't say here. It's weird. The comments are turned off on this video. That's odd. But anyway, it clearly has some religious aspects to it, which is fine as long as it's not, I don't know if it's going to be a movie that's going to be pushing a religious agenda. I have issues with that. But as far as like just being a movie based on religious history, I'm okay with that. I mean, history's history. It looked like it had some pretty cool scenes. I mean, it looks like it's going to take place. I mean, it did say over generations, so I guess it's going to take place over multiple time periods. One of those time periods almost looked like it could be kind of an authoritarian like future. Maybe I was reading into it too much, maybe not, but it definitely is going to take place nowadays, as well as I think it said 1400 years ago. And there's looks like some big battle scenes that looked practical. I didn't see a lot of CG, and I like practical effects. Looks like they had a whole bunch of extras, and it all looked really good. It didn't look cheap. It sounded good, looked good, so I'm interested. I'll definitely keep my eye out, and I'll check this one out. And the trailer didn't give me much. Once again, I'm not as familiar with some of that, the
the more biblical stuff that's going on in the world, unfortunately. But I do love me some swords and sandals biblical movies, so I'll definitely check this out. Looks good. Looks interesting. I'm interested. That's for sure. So I'll definitely be checking this out whenever it comes out. I'll have to look into it though and see, because like I said, there's no type of release date or anything here. The only thing I saw on it that really was anything, and this isn't the end of the world. I mean, there was like one shot of like some rocks that they were pushing down like a canyon or something, and it was such a quick shot I couldn't tell, but those rocks looked a little suspect. Maybe some shoddy CGI, but beyond that, everything else looked here really good from a technical standpoint. Performances, I mean, I can't really judge, in the story, I don't know, but it definitely piqued my interest, and I will definitely look into checking this one out. Hopefully it's a good time or a good ride, or if nothing else, hopefully it's informative about a time, a moment in time that I'm not familiar with. We'll see. So that one, whoops. So I've also got one more trailer I wanted to take a look at, and as I mentioned earlier, this one I also haven't seen. I don't know anything about. It does have Milla Jovovich in it. We were talking about her earlier with the George R. R. Martin adaptation. She's going to be in here soon. But this is, I believe this movie is already out in one of the Asian markets. I'm not sure which one. Just looking at it, I saw some release dates, and they look as if it's. I'm pretty sure it's already out there. I haven't researched this movie much. The trailer just came out here, but. So maybe it's just now getting a U.S. release here shortly. I imagine that's probably what's going on. But it is in English as far as I can tell. Like I said, Milla Jovovich is in it. That happens a lot with a lot of movies, especially movies that are like co-financed by other countries. But yeah, let's check this one out. It's called The Rookies. I put my headphones up. I don't know why. Cutting this part out. Oh shit. Stop! I clicked on a link accidentally and started playing a pitch meeting. Which, if you haven't seen those, Ryan, from the pitch meetings on Screen Rant, those are funny. Best part of Screen Rant, by the way. I used to like Screen Rant. They're okay now, but the pitch meetings are funny as hell. Check those out. Okay, go ahead and load. There we go. Okay, now that I botched that all up. Oh man, I really fucked that up. Okay. For real this time. Let's switch this over. Here we go. Too close. Here we go. Alrighty then. Man, I screwed that transition all up, didn't I? Okay, so so here's the trailer for The Rookies. Bruce? You don't sound like a Bruce. Oh, it's Wakanda. Freemasons. Uh-oh. Is that like... Oh. Was he speaking English? Oh, I'm not sure. I'm so conflicted by all of this. I don't know how I feel about this. Part of me loves what I'm seeing. Part of me is like, what the fuck? I'm seeing good stuff and bad stuff in the same frames. The Rookies. What the fuck is it? Okay. um. So yeah, that's The Rookies. I am just like really I'm conflicted on so many levels with that. I don't know what to say. Like it had some really cool stuff and like some tones I thought was kind of neat and kind of like that goofy, kind of not taking itself too serious look. I thought maybe it was going for a kind of a what's the movie that came out this year on Netflix with Charlize Theron? The Old Guard. It almost like had an Old Guard thing, and then or like a Kingsman maybe or something like that. But then it kind of was doing its own thing, and it went kind of that goofy route with some crazy looking car like James Bond. Then that guy was talking, and I wasn't sure if it was dubbed or if he was just I don't know, man. There's lots of stuff going on. Some of the effects looked like, oh, that's a really good time. And then some of them I was like, oh, that looks rough. But maybe it was just that scene. Oh, I'm so conflicted. I need to watch that again. So much happened in that trailer so quickly. This movie really confuses me. I'm intrigued, though, and I want to watch it just to see. Because I feel like this movie is either going to be batshit insane, just over the top, gives no fucks, does not take itself serious, and just a good fucking time. Or it's going to be a fucking shit show. No in between. No in between whatsoever. It's going to be one of those two. I'm hoping for the first one, not the second one. But either way, I think it's going to be fun to watch that go down. If it's a great, fun, insane, over-the-top ride, it's going to be just that. Great, fun, insane ride. If it's just an absolute shit show, it's probably just going to be just a good time to watch that shit fucking burn. I'm going to check that out. Yeah, man. I couldn't tell you anything about the movie. It looks cliched as fuck. It just looks... Yeah, it just looks like one big fucking cliche. But if they own it, if they own that cliche, if they roll with it, if they say, you know what, that's what we are. We are James Bond light. We're just a cliche and we know it. And we're going all the fuck out. You could do it, man. They could do it. They could make that happen. Let's see if they got the balls to go out. That's where a lot of movies fail. For me, at least, they don't have the balls to just totally commit and go all out. They want to flirt with things and like stick their toes in the water. They don't want to fully just jump the fuck in deep end. Because that's what you need to do sometimes. If you're going to have something just over the top and ridiculous, you got to like commit. Just totally fucking commit. Look at the Fast and the Furious movies. That's when they started working. When they just committed to the ridiculousness, that's when they got good. That's when they got great, is when they just said, this is what we are, embrace it. They came out of the ridiculousness closet. That's what they need to do. Now, seeing as that is, clearly it's taking place in in an Asian country. I'm not sure which one, probably China. And I'm assuming that's why it released over there first, or clearly it's already out over there. Means it's probably had production roots there, at least to some degree. So they typically are a little bit quicker to be okay with jumping into that deep end, going a little bit nuts. Sometimes someone would argue a little too far, but you know what? I'm hoping that's going to be fun. I'm going to look for that. I bet it's coming soon, man. I bet that's coming out soon. I'm going to definitely check that out. And I feel like this is going to be one that I'm definitely going to do a review on, and I'm going to want to talk about. I'm either going to want to talk about it so I can gush about it and let everybody know about this little movie that could, and you just can't miss it, or I'm going to want to rip it a new fucking asshole and tell you about this is the worst fucking idea ever. Like I said, no in between. Pole, just one or the other. Yeah, but that's the rookies. That's the rookies, everybody. I'm oddly enough, I'm compelled. I want to see it. I'm hoping it goes the distance. I'm hoping it's just batshit over the top crazy. Please don't fail me, rookies. Do it. Do it. I know you can. You got it in you. You can do it. Well, that's it for tonight, guys. That's all the trailers I got, and that's all the news we got. Pause. So what did you guys think of those trailers? I'll pull the chat up here in just a minute. We'll talk about it. Shit, I closed my fucking window. I was going to talk about this week's releases, but there's not anything like super huge. Boss Level is probably the biggest thing that I would recommend that's coming out this week. It's on Hulu. I actually got a screener to that when the company that previously was going to release it originally last year, but they dropped it right before release. I think we talked about that last week. I got a screener from them, and then they dropped the fucking movie, so now it's coming to Hulu. It's finally coming out. I did a review of this. Everybody I noticed today was releasing videos for Boss Level, and I was like, damn, I had a review of that like 4 or 5 months ago. This does not happen with me often, so let me love it and live it. But yeah, there's it's worth checking out. Definitely worth checking out. Save. Let's see. What are you guys over here going on about? Everyone is nice guys. Oh yeah. No diamonds in the face, guys, and Die Another Day. Oh, okay. That's the one with Halle Berry. Die Another Day, right? I know one has Denise Richards and one has Halle Berry. Or are they both in the same one? No, they're not in the same one. Those are acupuncture needles. At first I was like, what the fuck is in her face? And then I realized, those are the acupuncture, I guess. But that was actually, I kind of laughed at that. That's why I'm hoping that the movie is just kind of like that goofy over the top, because she's like, you could one day be me. And she's got like the shit all in her fucking face. I like that. Hopefully it's good, man. I don't know. Yeah, Super Guy said super easy. Yeah, it's super easy. Super easy. Barely an inconvenience. I love that guy. That shit's funny as hell. Hey, why don't you just climb right up off my back there, buddy? There was a time when I first started this YouTube channel when I was still kind of like, what the fuck am I going to do? What am I doing here? Because like my first YouTube video was actually a 45-minute Fallout 4 VR review talk thing where I talked and I just my gameplay, and I talked about Fallout 4 VR, just unhinged, unedited, just I talked. I like recorded a bunch of a video of me playing the game, and then I took like my phone and like an earbud and I just watched it while I talked for 45 fucking minutes. So clearly I did not come into this with a plan. I didn't know what I was going to be doing. I knew that I'd always wanted to do some type of movie reviews or commentary or something, and kind of worked into that. But before I totally knew what I was going to do, as I get way off topic, there was a time where, because I watch a ton of YouTube. There's lots of personalities on here I like and I enjoy. I was going to do videos where every video I would, this is such a bad idea. This would catch me so much shit. I thought it was really clever at the time. Now I'm like, oh my God, that would be terrible. I was going to like act like another YouTuber each time. Like my opening, the way I dressed, the way I acted, the way I did the review, I would like mimic their review, but like with my own thoughts and stuff like that. But I would mimic their style, pretty much like act like another YouTuber or another, not just like video, not just like movie ones, just ones I like, because I like YouTubers outside of movies too, and just do them all. Like not as like a making fun of, but just kind of like a homage to, hey, these are some of my favorites. I thought about doing that at one point. And you say that because he was one of them. The pitch meeting guy was actually one of them at one point. I thought about, that'd be funny to do that. Terrible idea. Terrible idea. That would have not gone off well. Could you guys even hear those movies? I just noticed the desktop audio was off. I don't think you guys could hear the movies, the trailers I was just playing. Holy fuck. If you couldn't, I feel really fucking dumb. Super guy said nope. Son of a bitch. Ain't that about a bitch. I'm sitting here going on and on about these fucking movies. You guys were like, what the hell is this guy talking about? Yeah. When I cut those and I put out individual trailer reactions of them, I'm going to have to like put the audio back into them. Great. More work. Anyway, the old guard depressed me, said Hell Knight. Really? Was Willy's Wonderland disappointing? Kind of, sort of. I mean, it wasn't bad. I mean, I enjoy it. Overall, I did enjoy Willy's Wonderland. It just never quite, it was missing that little something. It was never quite, it was like almost there, like it was almost reached that level I wanted it to be, but it just never quite came right over the hill. It was just barely missing. It was just never quite enough. It's almost there. And that is a little bit disappointing, I think, is like when you're just wanting just another push, just a little bit more, just go a little bit further. It had some great scenes. It was an entertaining watch. It's worth it. It's worth a watch. If you watch that trailer and you say, "Oh, this looks like fun," it'll be worth it to you. You might not like love it, but I don't think you'll dislike it. I think you'll be like, "Oh, that was cool." Super Guy said, "I'm telling you, man, crazy O Cage meter." It will be next level. That's right. You asked for the Nicolas Cage series. I'm pretty sure that exists out there somewhere. Surely somebody out here in the YouTube land has done a Nicolas Cage only, or all his movies. I highly recommend listening to The World Is Not Enough theme song. It's beautiful. I can check that. That's easy. I can check that out at work. I'll look it up on YouTube or Spotify. Well, that's all I got tonight, guys. Tomorrow night, by the way, I haven't put the stuff out because, like I said, I was running behind on all this kind of shit. But tomorrow night I will be here. I'll be playing Double Switch. Actually, not what I had planned on doing, but like I said, late start. We're playing Double Switch. It's very much like if you're familiar with Night Trap. It's like the evolution of Night Trap, which it's got Corey Haim in it. Feldman? Yeah, Haim. Corey Haim before he passed away. And it's got actually quite a few famous people in it. But it's super cheesy 90s FMV goodness. There's a 25th anniversary came out a couple of years ago. I actually did a review of it on this channel. It was one of my earlier reviews. It was one of my higher viewed videos back in the day. But I did a review of it already, but I haven't played it in forever. And while it doesn't have that, it's cheesy as hell. Well, it doesn't quite have that as much as Night Trap in the way of cheesy, just simple cheesiness. It takes a couple of things a little bit too far. It's still a good time. I'm looking forward to playing through it again. Whether we'll beat it or not, I don't know. We beat Night Trap. It's not like Night Trap. It's not a really long game, but it's just, it takes a lot more to do the traps and stuff. If I remember, I think you it convolutes the gameplay a little bit. Super Guy said, there are no new ideas, only rehashes. You can do it better. Come on. True, I guess I could try at some point. I've already got my stuff lined up for my next series, though. That's not to say I can't do a side series, because, I mean, Nicolas Cage has only been in so many movies, I guess. And I reviewed some of them. I reviewed Mandy, Color Out of Space, Willy's Wonderland. I'm sure I've done some other Nicolas Cage movies. That cannot be the only Nicolas Cage movies I've done. Shit, what was it? There's a movie I just watched, or I just did a review of. Oh shit! What the hell was the name of that movie? Not Arch Enemy. The other one. What the hell was the last review I released? Shit, man, I can't remember. No, it was Arch Enemy. Yeah, Arch Enemy. Arch Enemy is a movie that I recently reviewed. He was actually that part. I even mentioned it in the review. I said I wouldn't be surprised if this was written for Nicolas Cage. That's how Nick Cage, that it was actually not him playing it, though, but he had to drop out of it for scheduling or something like that. He was unable to do it. But that part was written for him, and he was going to play that part. Such a Nicolas Cage role. I can him doing it when he's like snorting meth and like going, "Wow, let's go to battle." It was a Nicolas Cage role through and through. And I was right. I read, just like the other day, I was reading something about it after I'd already posted my review, and it said, yeah, he was originally supposed to do it. It was written for him. Review Con Air. Ooh, I hadn't seen Con Air in a long time. I did think it was made for Nick Cage. Super guy. So yeah, let's see. What do I got coming this week? I got the final video game movie review coming tomorrow, and my big long outro to it. The review itself is only like maybe 4 minutes long, 3 or 4 minutes long. It's not a very long review, but the video is like 12 minutes long because afterwards, after the actual review and the rating and whatnot, instead of having maybe like a 30 to 45 second kind of outro stupid thing I say, I go talking at length about this series I've done and what I'm going to do next and whatnot. So watch that. The real fans, watch that shit. I do wonder how many people actually watch that shit. Now, I know that they don't, because there's things that I mention, like my reviews are all structured similar. They seem random, I guess, but they're structured very similarly. Like, I have the review, and then, you know, the rating, and then kind of the outro where it's, hey, thanks and all this, subscribe and like, and blah, blah, blah. And then I show a clip of the movie, and then after that, there's always like what I always called the stinger. It's a little pretentious, but my little stinger outro I do where I usually try and talk about something kind of funny-ish or something like that, whatever. Something that wasn't necessarily integral to the review, but I just wanted to say. And most people don't watch those. I spend a lot of time thinking about, okay, what am I going to put at the end of this one? And a lot of people don't watch them. I know this because there have been times that I did mention things in there that answer some questions or that there's information I include only there that then in the comments people go on and on about, what was he talking about? What's this? What's that? And I'm like, well, it's in there. I flat out said what it is. You didn't watch the whole video. You a fucker. I don't blame people. People get to the rating part. They're like, okay, that's all I needed to know. It's deciphering my rating system. Can you do that? Hell Knight said, would you ever do a commentary on the Transporter 3? Man, you hate that movie. Actually, no, you said you love that movie because it's so bad it's good. Super guys, Stay Sexy City's name, right? You know, you run out of names really quick. I can't tell you how many times I've randomly looked up a city's name. I try and do something that is relevant to the movie I just watched. But if there isn't like something that's fairly or like if there isn't a city or something that's predominant within whatever I just watched, I'll just pick something randomly and I just randomly start searching cities in the world and just like, hey, there's one. I like that. I kind of get mixed up on which ones I've said or not because I don't want to repeat. What time is it? Ooh, it's 12:30. All right, well, I said I was going to finish some editing up for tonight, so I'm going to do my little outro here and then get out of here because I'll be back tomorrow night. And I wanted to get some of this some of this editing stuff going, prepared for tomorrow, and get squared away on that. But so I caught that randomness in the Mobile, Alabama movie. Oh, fuck! What was that movie? I know what you're talking about. It had a really good name. Those Who Must Die, or Those Who Will Die, or something. I know what you're talking about. I remember that movie. That movie did take place in Alabama, and it was in southern Alabama, but I couldn't figure out specifically what city it was supposed to take place in. They mentioned it, but I couldn't understand it, I think it was, or something like that. I'm not sure. I think it's Those Who Must Die. So I just picked Mobile. Which I have been to because I went to Cunningham. And Mobile is an acquired taste city. What is my favorite movie franchise? Easy, Lord of the Rings. You said New Cayman. Oh, was it New Cayman? Maybe I remember having difficulty figuring that one out. Because then I was like looking it up and I was like, that seems familiar. Is that a real place? I don't remember. That's been a while. But yes, Hell Knight, Lord of the Rings is my favorite movie franchise. You can include The Hobbit in that if you want. I don't hate The Hobbit. Definitely it doesn't stand up to the original Lord of the Rings trilogy. Is it wow, Lord of the Rings? Wow, wow, wow. I love Lord of the Rings. I know one of my kids has a Lord of the Rings inspired name. One of my 17-year-old daughters. She's actually right over there. She has head. Oh, no, she's looking at me. She's the only person awake right now. She's my late. What? Stop staring at me all weird like that. I'll allow you to stay up here while I do this, so you will not bother me, and you're bothering me right now. But yeah, she is. She has a Lord of the Rings inspired name that I came up with. So I'm quite the fan. Hell Knight said James Bond is my favorite. James Bond is a good franchise too. Ups, downs, in the middles. Battle of the Five Armies was a terrible mess. Battle of the Five Armies was the theatrical version definitely had some issues. I don't love the Hobbit series, the movies that came out that they made. I think I would have been okay with two of them. I think they could have made the Hobbit, and I wouldn't even minded them adding a little bit like they did to just kind of flesh out the world. I'd be cool with that. The Hobbit was a kid's book originally. I mean, people fail to remember that. Lord of the Rings wasn't, but The Hobbit was a children's book. But the Battle of the Five Armies had issues. The director's cut is better. The extended rated R version. It fleshes out some stuff that needed fleshing out. There are a few things in it, though, that you just kind of got to say, it is what it is. Like Legolas running up the falling bricks on the bridge thing. That was no good. That was too much. I was like, no, that just makes no sense in any Earth. Middle, upper, lower, none of them. That doesn't work like that. It was definitely missing some of the emotional impact that the Lord of the Rings had, for sure. Like when characters died, it was like, oh, well, that sucks, but But I think that I do think that they stretched those movies out too far. They should have just stuck with two. That was the original idea, was to make two movies. I could see them stretching out the Hobbit book. It's been a long time since I read that, but the Hobbit book could be stretched out to two movies effectively. I wonder if there's like a supercut out there where somebody has done that. I guarantee there is. I think there's a good movie in there. Out of those three movies, I think there's a good movie, maybe movie and a half. Either a really fucking long one movie or a normal length 2 movies. I think there's a good one in there. I need somebody to get in there and do a supercut and make that shit happen. I think it could be done. If they could take the Matrix sequels and make one movie out of them called The Matrix Dezionized, I think is what it's called, or something like that. I've got a copy of that somewhere. If they can do that, then they could make the Hobbit movies into 1, maybe 2 movies. Nick Cage named his son Kal-El. I heard that. You're right. I like the Desolation of Smaug. The Desolation of Smaug was the best one. I think the Battle of the Five Armies moved the fastest, and it was the shortest one originally. I don't know about the extended cut, but the Desolation of Smaug had the most interesting elements to it, and it was the best made. Still better than naming your kid Apple. Well, look at Robert Rodriguez, which I guess it depends on the kind of person you are if you think this is good or not. Robert Rodriguez, which is a director I really respect. His kids' names are Racer, Rocket, and Rebel. Rebel, not so much. That's not so out there. There's people named Rebel. That's fine. But Racer and Rocket, I think they got more or less normal like middle names, so they could like go by those if they want to. His son, Racer, I think Racer is the one who is like following in his footsteps and like makes movies with him now. But yeah, man, rich people can name their kids crazy ass shit if they want to. When they got money, they can do whatever the fuck they want. Even though Robert Rodriguez seems really kind of down to earth and cool. What happened to Antonio? He like disappeared after a while. Maybe he fell asleep. Anyway. All right, I'm going to do this outro and then I'm going to get out. Hopefully I'll see you guys tomorrow night with some double switch action. Yeah, I'm kind of tired. I need to pre-record this outro so I can just kind of like insert it. I like inserting things. Anyway. All right. All right, guys. Thanks for checking out this week's JARcast. That's about all I got. I really appreciate everybody stopping in and checking out, and I fucked that all up. Shit. People watching. I had a kid in school. What? I had a kid in school named who? Who? Who or ho? Would it be ho or who? 2 O's would make an O sound, so it should be ho. But I think H-O-O would be who. I don't know. Was he foreign? I'm going to do it again. I'm doing it live. Was he like... I knew a kid from Vietnam when I was a kid, and his name was Van. And his brother's name was Vu. Like V-U. I think it was V-U-U. I don't remember. He was my best friend for a long time. Obviously not now. But I met a girl named... what? Shathid? 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 I think it's a Shathid. Shathid! Hey man, whatever. He was American. Fuck. His name was who? Alright, well, hey, more power to him. Hopefully he's got a quote-unquote normal middle name, at least to give him some options, Alright, here we go. Let's try this again. So that's about all I got this week in the news for the JARcast. So thanks for checking this out, and I really appreciate it. If you are more interested in checking out the audio version of this, or you already are, then you can check it out on all major podcasting sites such as Spotify, iTunes, Google Music, and all the other major podcasting platforms. If it doesn't happen to show up on your favorite podcasting platform, just shoot me a message either on Twitter or here on YouTube, and I will be more than happy to see about getting it on there. Apart from that, you can check this out filmed live every Tuesday night at 9 o'clock Central Time, where we talk in the chat throughout the recording of this and just have a pretty good time. So come on by, hang out, release some of those stresses of the world for a few minutes, and see this disaster go down. That's about all I got. As I said, really appreciate it. We'll be back here again next week with episode 8, and hopefully soon we'll be getting some extra people coming on here to join me and spice things up a little bit. But I really appreciate you guys coming, and we'll see you next week. Peace. Yeah, I'm going to have to edit that some. I really screwed that up. I've been trying to do these things where I don't have to edit them so much. But that was a shit show. Feeling kind of off my game and a little tired. I'm not redoing it. Thankfully, this live stream stays private until the the edited version comes out now. Alrighty. Super Gus. Wait. Hell Knight said, my friend's dad's name is Elliot Steve Elliott. Oh, shit. That sucks. I knew a girl whose dad's name was Ronald McDonald. Totally a different situation, but, just that's, your parents did not love you. They named you Ronald McDonald. You are really bad at name pronunciation. Yes, sir, I am. And I wear it as a badge of honor. Not really honor, but I wear it either way. I'm fucking terrible at it. I am absolutely horrific. Any Russian movie that I've ever reviewed, watch that shit and see the pronunciations of those names. I've pronounced names different ways throughout, and as I'm editing reviews, I've seen that I've pronounced other people's names like 2 and 3 different ways during the review. I just feel like I should put a disclaimer in there somewhere saying, sorry if I butchered your name. I think I could probably fuck up the name Smith. Is what it is, though, man. I don't hide it. All right, let's see. It's 12:36. Maybe I can get this shit knocked out in 25 minutes and be a bit of one. Maybe not. Okie dokie. Let's see. There's only a few of you left. Seems like everybody's been trailing off. To everybody who showed up tonight. Antonio, Greg C., Frank, Super Guy, Hell Knight. Who am I missing? Did I miss anybody? Probably. Because not only am I terrible with names, I'm terrible with remembering things like that too. Alvin. Hell Knight, of course. I think I said your name, Hell Knight. If not, of course, I would never forget you. I think that's everybody. If I forgot your name, or not your name, but if I forgot that you were in here, if I forgot to mention you, sorry about that. Really tired. But I will be back here tomorrow night at 9 p.m. CT, which is 7 o'clock Pacific time and 10 o'clock Eastern time, playing 1993's Double Switch with Corey Haim. If that sounds like a good time to you, come by and see me fail miserably at that game. It's one of those games you got to play for a while until you finally get your groove, and that'll probably be around the time I say, I'm done with this. I'll see you guys next time. So, anywho, guys, I really appreciate you all coming and hanging out with me tonight. It was a good time. Hope you learned something. Hope you enjoyed the JARcast. If you missed part of it, or if you want a more condensed version of it, that will be up probably not tomorrow, but probably the next day. If I'm able to get it all edited together real quick tonight, then I'll post it tomorrow. If not, it will be the next day. But I really appreciate you guys, everybody who did come. I appreciate you coming out, and I will see you all, if not tomorrow, next week. Peace.